Thank you very much. Please remain standing while the chaplain says a few words.
Good evening. In Romans chapter 12, the Bible, Apostle Paul declares this: love must be sincere. Translation from the Greek literally means love must be without hypocrisy. However, the word sincere used here is very interesting. It derives from the Latin phrase sine cera. Cera means wax and sine means without. So sincere literally means without wax. The story behind this is that in the Roman culture of the time, someone might commission an artist to sculpt a statue or a bust of him or herself. Now, good marble was very expensive, but an artist could save a lot of money by purchasing a block with some minor cracks and blemishes in it. He would complete his work, but then fill any visible cracks with wax so that the flaws were undetectable. Later, however, as the statue aged, the wax would drop out and the cracks would become visible once again. So here, Paul was saying that our love, and by that our attitudes, motives and actions, must not be superficial with the cracks concealed. It must be consistent and authentic. I can come here this evening and deliver a nice message, and you might think I'm a decent person. However, what I'm like underneath may be very different. Madam Mayor may have a few comments to make here. We can fool each other, but we can't fool God. Like a stick of Blackpool rock, wherever you cut me, the same attitude should be evident. Of course, Paul is addressing a church of Christian believers, but the principle is universal. Sincerity is an essential commodity for the health of our society. Let's pray, shall we? Lord, we just lift up our hearts to you at the beginning of this meeting, this council meeting. First of all, we pray over the coronavirus outbreak that hangs over us all worldwide. For those who are suffering with the virus right now, for those in quarantine and unable to get on with their lives, and for those who are tirelessly working to find a solution, for the medical staff in our own borough who are preparing themselves for what could happen, but that we pray it will not happen. We pray that throughout the world, the tide will turn. Pray also, Lord, for this council meeting, that through robust debate, but with mutual respect and understanding for those with a different view to our own, that good decisions will be taken this evening in a good atmosphere which will positively benefit our town for years to come. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, is everybody sitting comfortably? I won't say the obvious. Good. Well, Welcome, first of all, to the many members of the public that we've got. It's always nice to have visitors, both in the chamber and up the corridor as well. So you're very welcome. The first item on the agenda is to receive apologies for absence. I've received apologies from Councillor Reid. Are there any others? Councillor Rattigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to lodge the apologies of Councillor Graham Faulkner.
Any others? No? Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest regarding items on the agenda that members wish to declare? Councillor Phillimore.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm a board member of Basingstoke Town Community Football Club.
Thank you. Councillor Eaches.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to declare an interest due to my day job in relation to any items on the football club. In relation to questions, because no decisions are being made, I won't leave the room, but in relation to the motion, I'll have to leave the room. Because I now employ my mother, she probably also has to declare the same interest.
That's good to know.
Madam Mayor, I would like to declare my interest as per Councillor Eaches has just said.
Thank you. That's Councillor Still. Thank you very much. Item 3, to the minutes of the meetings, the council meetings held on the 19th of December and the 16th of January on pages 9 to 32 of the agenda book. Can I move this from the chair? Seconded. Agreed. Thank you very much. Announcements. I do have announcements, but I'll be very quick because I do know that there's a long agenda coming. First of all, well, actually, all I want to do is just tell you about 3 events that are coming up very soon, and this will be my last chance to raise money for the charities that I'm promoting during the mayoral year. And more importantly, they're all 3 events, and I promise you this, are going to be really enjoyable and great value for money. So, if you're classical music lovers, or for those who don't know much about it but want to hear some of the really popular and recognisable stuff, please book up for the Anvil on the 7th of March for a concert of great music. The massed choirs of Basingstoke, up to 300 strong, combined with the Basingstoke Light Heritage Orchestra and the Basingstoke Area Youth Orchestra, and superb soloists will be performing classics such as the Anvil Chorus, the Alleluia Chorus, Fantasia on British sea songs, and arias from Carmen and La Boheme. It's going to be brilliant. There'll even be an opportunity to join in a couple of the choruses. It's not expensive. It'll be a great evening out. And quite frankly, there are so many performers, I want to make sure the audience outnumbers them. So please do pick up a leaflet or buy a ticket, even better. Next is a totally unique event, and I think I've mentioned both of these before. James Ketchell earlier this year became the first person to circumnavigate the world in a gyrocopter. Councillor Keating saw him off, and I welcomed him back to Popham Airfield. He's also travelled around the world by bicycle. He's climbed Mount Everest. He's rowed across the Atlantic. And he'll be giving an inspiring presentation at the Apollo Hotel on Friday the 13th of March. But the most important thing to note is that he is from Basingstoke. He went to Costello School, and he's still based in Basingstoke as he plans his next adventure, which he might tell you about. I'm really keen that his hometown will turn out for him. I'm really keen for that. He's lectured all over the world, but now he's in Basingstoke to talk to us. So please, can I encourage you just to get a ticket and come along to the Apollo on Friday the 13th of March. It will be brilliant. Finally, an annual event, the Mayor's Charity Lunch at Beacott on the 19th of March. This time it's an Indian-themed meal, and there will be, apart from excellent Indian food, there will be sari and dhoti demonstrations. That's Indian clothing, just so you know. And there's also be an Indian stick dance. I don't know what that is, but it should be good. So please come. It'll be a great meal out in the middle of the day, and you'll be supporting not just the charities, but also our own Indian community in the town. So there are flyers all around of these. Please do pick one up and please do book. End of announcements. I don't think anyone else has any announcements. No? Right, we're going to move straight to the questions, therefore, from members of the public. Now, we have quite a number of these, 13 in all, which is more than usual. And I thought it might be helpful at this stage just to lay the ground rules. for these. Normally, the total time for all questions at this stage will be 20 minutes, but I think I'm going to acknowledge that it's going to be quite a bit longer than that tonight, because we do want to hear from everyone and give you proper answers. As we have groups of questions on particular subjects, I will ask questioners in each group to come in turn to the microphone and state their questions. And then I'll be inviting the relevant portfolio holder to answer en bloc, covering the points raised. I'll then ask each questioner in turn if he or she has a supplementary question, having heard the response, but please can you make sure that it relates back to the question you asked and not that someone else asked. You don't have to have a supplementary question, by the way. That's only if you really have one burning. Obviously, though, we don't want to be repetitive with such a long agenda ahead of us and with so many people waiting for the microphone. I hope that makes sense. The most important rule, which applies to public and councillors alike, and it lasts the entire meeting, is that there should be no random calling out. Very important rule for us all. The only person making a noise is the one invited to speak. That's for everybody. Okay. So when asked, can the named questioner come to the microphone and ask his or her question? So the first set of questions relating to the Basingstoke Town Football Club, and they will be answered by councillors Simon Bound and Rebecca Bean. So I'll be calling you up just to say to Mr. Stoker that your question will come afterwards and it will be dealt with separately by the portfolio holder for regeneration and property. There'll obviously be a bit of cross-cover of subjects, etc., but the aim is to cover everything and answer everything that needs to be answered. So could I first ask Mr. Donnelly to come to the microphone? Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. You're welcome, and I believe you're going to ask your question and Mr. Howe's question. Thank you.
That is correct. Good evening, Lady Mayor and councillors. My question is as per one on your agenda, and also here on behalf of Mr. Howe, who unfortunately cannot make it, and his question is number 2 on the agenda. Do you want me to read those questions out, or you're happy with, I've just pointed them to the agenda?
It's entirely up to you. You're welcome to read them out if you want to.
I'm happy with that.
Okay, well, that will cut down the time a bit. Very good. Okay, Mr. Frango.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the time to ask my following question. Why was the covenant to secure the Camrose as a sports ground was not registered against the freehold title, knowing that it was not registered against both freehold and leasehold titles? Why was this not registered prior to the transfer of the freehold to Basron, whereby protecting the Camrose ground from any potential future development?
Thank you, Mr. Frango. Could I ask Mr. Williams, please, to ask his question?
Knowing the council is proud of its record in promoting sport, will it confirm that sufficient funding is available either in 2019-20 and or 2020-21 for early and urgent ground improvements to be applied at Winklebury Football Complex? And will it also make a commitment to setting up a cross-party review examining the options to maintain the status quo of the provision of 2 football stadiums in the borough, and in doing so having regard to the support given by other borough councils? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graham.
Good evening, Council and Madam Mayor. Right, my question is this. In 2017, Basingstoke, sorry, I forgot to press the button here. Is that on? Right, start again. Right, my question is this. In 2017, Basingstoke Council set up a contract in conjunction with Alan Turvey. We understand that this contract involved the council receiving £250,000 from Basron, and in return the developer would be given development of the Camrose ground. And the last part of this question is, were Basingstoke Council fully aware that they would be giving up one of the town's 2 main football arenas as a result of this deal?
Thank you very much. So I'm now going to ask Councillors Bound and Bean to cover all the points raised, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll be taking questions 1, 2, 3 and 10, if I may. First of all, Mr Donnelly's question. Just find where I am. So, Mr Donnelly, according to the information available at Her Majesty's Land Registry, the freehold title is owned by Basingstoke Developments Limited. There is no covenant on the freehold title requiring the land to be used as a football club. There's no reason for the council to contact the fifth Viscount or his representatives, as the freehold title information is publicly available, and any restrictions imposed at the time of the sale and still affecting the land would appear on this title. Basingstoke Town Limited occupied the site under a lease dated the 12th of November 1953 for a period of 99 years from the 24th of June 1953. This lease contains a covenant by the tenant, now Basingstoke Town Limited, only to use the land as a football or sports ground. Only Basingstoke Developments Limited, as landlord of this lease, can enforce this covenant against Basingstoke Town Limited. The council cannot enforce this covenant as it is not party to the lease and has no freehold interest in the land. Basingstoke Developments Limited may choose not to enforce the covenant, and this seems likely, as I'm sure we can all guess why. Rafi Razak is a director of both, the landlord and the tenant companies. Question 2 from Mr Howe. The council has no regulatory role in the relation to the management and running of football clubs, as they are not public service functions. Question 3 from Mr Frangu. The covenant is contained in the lease dated the 12th of November 1953, which is noted in the charges register for the freehold title. The covenant does not affect the freehold title, as it is a covenant by the tenant. The council had no part in the registration of either the freehold or the leasehold titles, having no legal interest in the land contained in either of these titles. Mr Graham. There is no contract between the council with Alan Turvey or Basingstoke which involved the receipt of £250,000. I suspect Mr Graham is talking about the same £250,000 to cover up upgrades that Basingstoke has been discussing with the board of BTFC Limited and the community club for the last 2.5 years. The late Alan Turvey, who has my complete and utter respect, a gentleman and a true supporter of football, Mr Razak could learn a lot from Alan, did more than most to try and find a way through this mess for the club, and the club found certainly itself in a mess in 2017, and got parties who would not talk in the same room to work together rather than be divided by Mr Razak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got question 7 from Mr Williams, but there's also Mr Miller, which I think we may not have had yet. So I'll answer Mr Williams first. So we are proud of our record in promoting and investing in sport and football. We have a brilliant track record in doing so, as we recognise the value high quality sporting facilities have on our local communities and the wide-ranging health and mental wellbeing benefits participation in sport has on our residents. I am pleased to confirm that a report to release Section 106 funds up to £152,000 in 2020-21 has been released to undertake ground improvements to Winklebury to Grade D. High-quality facilities at the Winklebury complex will allow access to a higher level of facility by a number of clubs and players across our town. There is still a separate planning process for the Camrose site and appropriate mitigation for the loss of the Camrose Stadium, for which I cannot comment further on, as this is a matter for the Development Control Committee. I am, however, happy to provide an update to the Community Environment and Partnerships Committee with an update on the planning process and what that might mean for any mitigation for sporting facilities. But I reiterate, the re-provision of the Camrose site is subject to the planning process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My apologies to Mr Miller if I didn't invite you to. We've got your question on the order paper, so thank you. Can I ask you in turn if you've got any supplementary questions now that you'd like to ask relating to the question that you've asked Mr Donnelly, have you any supplementaries? One from you and one from Mr Howe. Thank you.
Just one for myself. Does the council have any intention to develop or sell its strip of land at the Camrose?
Madam Mayor, shall I answer that question? No, the council has no plans currently in terms of future use of that land.
Thank you very much. Mr Frangu, do you have a supplementary question? Thank you.
Until such times as Basron come to the council with a proposed ground location for a new stadium, will the council A, withhold granting planning permission on the Camrose, and B, impose a time limit so that the situation is not prolonged?
Who's winning? Who wants to? Oh, Councillor Raffel will be answering this.
Madam Mayor, I can answer the first part, that the council has to treat every planning application by the appropriate neutral standards, and it can't interfere in the planning process for it or allow any other mechanism to interfere in the planning process. The second part of the question, I don't think is beyond me.
I suppose all I would reiterate is Sports England's position. I think it's a well-known fact that they're the statutory consultee on this matter, and Sports England's position is that they believe in the re-provision, if the Camrose is going to be developed, on a like-for-like basis, or 2 for 2, or whatever the current hashtag today is by our friends from the media. They have articulated to me that they would like to see that provision provided before any development happens on the Camrose site.
Thank you very much. Mr Williams, do you have a supplementary? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Does the council recognise that sport, and football in particular, make a significant contribution to such things as health and well-being? Rebecca's already said that. Supporting youth activities, combating antisocial behaviour, and ensuring a cohesive community. And that failure to maintain the status quo of a second football stadium would undermine at an early stage the key policy objective for stronger community, which is central to the council's forward plans.
I would agree with the... Is that working?
Yeah, you read.
Thank you. I would agree with the points that you've made in terms of the contribution that sport and football makes. However, I would reiterate that it is down to Sport England and the applicant to determine what appropriate mitigation is. There is still a planning process to be followed.
Thank you very much. Mr Graham, have you got a supplementary question? Thank you.
Firstly, great respect to Councillor Bounce, that's a load of rubbish. But okay, let's move on. Now, yesterday we got a statement from Mr Razai in the Gazette. Now, I won't go through the whole lot, but just a few sentences if you could bear with me. He said his role would be simply helping the development of Winklebury. He told the Gazette, "I wish the club the best success, but once this application has gone through, my role will be to assist the club with their design and installation with the changes needed for Winklebury. I will be meeting with Malcolm MacLeod, the building director of Basron, on Monday, March the 2nd. So, my supplementary three-part bit is, has a contract been placed to Basron to carry out works at Winklebury up to now? Second bit, was there a competitive tender to carry out the work at Winklebury, or was it just handed over to Basron's? And the third bit is the council comfortable that Mr Razak is involved at Winklebury? Surely an obvious conflict of interest.
Thank you. Can we field those ones? Yes, Councillor Bound.
These are some of the easier ones. I have very strong views about Mr. Razak, as I'm sure lots of people in this room will appreciate, and the same as many others. There is no contract. It's interesting that Mr. Razak seems to believe he's in the driving seat when it comes to mitigation or any works at Winklebury, because that's simply not true. He has lots of contradictory messages that he often gets published in the gazettes. I'm not sure whether he's creating an allotment, replanting his grass, whatever it is he's doing at the Camrose at the moment. There is no contract, so as far as the works that have happened so far at Hants FA's Winklebury site, the FA and Hants FA have a framework and they do the correct procurement for their organisation. But I don't believe they've had any money from Rafi Razak or Malcolm at Fale or Basron or any mixture of those. And I think that everybody should be warned to either take what Mr. Razak says to the press or anybody else, Madam Mayor, with a pinch of salt, or with at least a little bit of entertainment to see that he contradicts himself, sometimes even in the same article.
Thank you very much. Mr. Miller, do you want to come to the microphone? I don't know if you feel as if your question's been answered, so do feel free to reiterate some of it and ask a supplementary at the same time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just to reiterate, it was answered in part, but regarding the land on the council owned 30% of the land at the Camrose site, and will that be given away for free to Hampshire County Council as part of a road, or are there any funds sort of associated to that, and where would those funds be going if that was the case? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Isaac.
Yes. Madam Mayor, the answer to that question is that the proposed transfer of the land owned by the council or part of the council's land at the Camrose to enable the proposed highway improvements would be transferred at nil value.
Thank you very much. We're just moving on now to one more question that's slightly different. Mr. Stoker, would you come and ask your question, please? Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity of speaking at this meeting. I did put in quite a large, long question, and appreciate that there are many facets to it. However, I think it's better to say that I'll leave my question as per the order, because I know that a response has already been prepared, because I saw the gentleman on the way in tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Isaac.
Sorry.
Right, receiving me. Right, good. Okay. In terms of the land owned by the council, title number HP 737900, leased to Basingstoke Town Limited, and comprising part of the entranceway, parking and ancillary green space to the main Camrose ground, Cabinet made a decision on the 15th of January 2019 to dedicate part of the leased land as public highway to support the implementation by Hampshire County Council of the Brighton Hill roundabout highway improvements, subject to the relocation from the Camrose ground of the Basingstoke Town Football Club to an alternative site in Basingstoke. Other than this, the council has not agreed any alternative use for the area of land which it owns. The Camrose ground is the subject of a planning application, and Sports England have objected to the loss of the ground without equivalent provision being made. A Section 106 agreement is likely to seek to ensure that the applicant for planning permission makes provision for an alternative ground to meet Grade C of the Football Association National Ground Grading Standard, which is the standard that the Camrose ground previously met. This is, however, a matter for the council as local planning authority and the planning application for alternative use of the football ground will be considered by the Development Control Committee as part of the determination of the planning application.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stoker, do you have a supplementary question you'd like to ask?
Yes, I do, insofar as I don't really get very much assurance from anywhere about the fact that Sport England have rejected the planning permission for the Basingstoke section of the Camrose. That we as a borough council have basically given the land to Hampshire County Council for a road. Both of them destroy the Camrose. They destroy the Camrose, which is a football ground that I played on and managed on. Many other people have done that. It is the heart of Basingstoke's football. And nobody is giving me any assurances that a ground of that quality and standard is going to be replicated in Basingstoke at all. I hear what you say about Section 106, and I really hope that will be imposed. But the timing is of the essence. Winklebury, a great solution worked out at great speed because of the necessity, is not the ultimate solution for Basingstoke Town Football Club. Its own ground, with its own management, own control, is absolutely essential. So please, I get...
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Could you couch it into a question form, which is
Will you
the question?
comply, please, with the requirements of Sport England? Thank you.
Comment?
Madam Mayor, what I would, how I'd reply to that is, as colleagues have done previously, and that this is a matter for the local planning authority, and Sports England are a statutory consultee, and their objections will be and their requirements will be taken into account. I think in terms of the transfer of part of the land that the council owns, we made that subject to the football club being able to transfer to alternative premises, and we have agreed to the potential transfer of the land because of the benefits that the highways improvements will bring to the people of Brighton Hill, including reduced congestion, better pedestrian and cycling access, and greater safety.
Thank you. Councillor Bound, do you want to speak?
I also just wanted to pick up one of those smaller points, which is about Winklebury being a sort of last-minute solution. I think it's on record on the Fans Forum, Madam Mayor, that in April 2017 I had a meeting with Simon Hood and David Knight when they first came to me and said, can we not do something? When I made it very, very clear back then that Sports England, I'm sure, would take the position that we've articulated, and that Winklebury was not necessarily a long-term home and would not meet the future club's aspirations to be promoted above grade C. So Winklebury's been in discussion for a long period of time, so that we can and be prepared and would have a planning application which we now finally have and is approved, should it be necessary, for however long that needs to be.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions about football. Councillor Tilbury? I think we'll deal with that later because we're doing a motion anyway, so perhaps we can incorporate that in the motion. Thank you very much. I'm afraid that's all the opportunity. Mr. Miller, is it? Did you have a supplementary? Okay, go on then. Last question.
Thank you very much. Just to confirm, as part of my original question, so the agreement that you mentioned that was agreed in January 2019, that a replacement home was found for Basingstoke Town Football Club. Would that be, would Winklebury count as that replacement home, or is that on a like-for-like stadium? Not just the stadium, but also the additional facilities, such as the multi-use game area, the AstroTurf courts, which are at the Camrose. So just to clarify, is the land going to be transferred to Hampshire County Council on the proviso that Basingstoke get a new home? And just clarification of whether that home is Winklebury or whether that's a like-for-like stadium. Thank you.
It doesn't state, for primary, one reason, Madam Mayor, if I may, that fundamentally what we're doing is saying Sports England are the people that will give us the answer. And what they say, and when the planning application is determined, and that is very clear, that is the position where we'll have an answer to that question.
Thank you very much. We'll move on from the football questions now. So you're aware that towards the end of the agenda there is a motion, but it is quite a long agenda. So just to remind you that this meeting is webcast live, and there'll also be a recording that you can watch as well, just in case you get bored. Right. We'll move on now to 4 questions relating to the environment. And once again, if I can ask the 4 of you to come up in turn, and then Councillor Eachus will deal with them in one go. So can I first ask Ms. Peacock, please, to come forward and ask your question? Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. Will the Council commit to facilitating a community renewable energy scheme in Basingstoke? I belong to one in Reading that's put solar PV panels on schools and other buildings, and in 2019 it gave me a gross return of 5%. And hence I believe it would be a worthwhile investment of council funds as well as community building action for the climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Bierman, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In summary, without reading the whole thing out, I'm asking whether the Council has been adhering to the Nottingham Declaration, which it signed some time ago. I'm also asking what reassurances there are that after passing the climate emergency, we are actually going to do something rather than just talk about it and issue leaflets. And lastly, I'd like to know what progress is being made on the joint strategy published by Hampshire and the Borough Council on transport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And welcome to another past councillor, Mrs. Baker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, councillors. Yes, my question is to ask what steps you'll take during this year to improve the council's very low recycling rate and what measures there are in the budget to support this.
Thank you very much. And can I ask Mr. Heath to ask the second of your questions, question 13 at this point, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just very quickly, really, so this is the one on climate change. Clearly, there's another question, hopefully later on the budget. But yeah, I think you can probably read to the question as quick as I can talk to it. But the crux of the matter is that climate emergency is here and it's with us. As this very chamber has debated and said, this is the most significant issue facing the whole of this borough. And really, it's around that, given that we planning, and as is said in clause 5 of the Council Climate Emergency motion, is so fundamental to what we can do in reaction to climate emergency. What plans have we got, really, to actually change the local plan? We can't sit back and wait for the local plan to unwind over the next 5 to 10 years. It's really about how do we make sure that we make changes to that local plan far more rapidly. We can't sit around and work on the current timetable, which is where we are supposed to adopt a new draft local plan in 2023. We've only got 10 years. We can't wait for 3 years of that to go whilst we sit around and discuss new plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. Councillor Eachus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the 3 questions I was going to take and deal with was there on the climate change emergency and then the recycling one separately, so there too, if that's okay. So firstly, thank you to Mrs Peacock, Mr Bierman and Mr Heath for your important questions this evening that relate to the climate change emergency, and councillors will obviously be considering the progress and actions associated with the climate change in a paper later on. So as many councillors will be aware, we signed up to the Nottingham Declaration some time ago, and this established council principles around recognising that climate change is happening, the need for action to be taken, and an agreement that the council would take steps to plan for and mitigate climate change, as well as minimising our impact on the natural environment. Since that time, we have reduced our own emissions and supported residents to do the same. We've worked with partners to facilitate improvements in their activities. More specifically, our carbon emissions have fallen by around 500 tonnes over the last 2 years, and we have provided support to financial aid. We have provided and supported financial aid to residents through grants and loans for home installation and the installation of renewable technology, as well as installing solar panels on a number of our buildings, amongst other things. We really do recognise that climate change is a growing threat and one we must take seriously, which is why I'm pleased councillors unanimously backed the emergency declaration last summer, and council went on to endorse it in September. As I'm sure councillors and members of the public appreciate, making changes of this scale is something that takes time to take effect, and I am pleased with the progress that has been made so far. These are outlined in the report set out later on this evening's agenda, and I am aware that this is work in progress, and I'm also aware there is much more that can and needs to be done. Actions to date should not be seen as exhaustive, and you will be aware that this evening's budget report proposes additional funding to support the work in this area. Moving forward, I'm keen to learn about potential projects that we could explore, including schemes that are being progressed elsewhere in the country. Therefore, I would welcome further information on the project that Mrs Peacock has referred to in her question, and I'm happy to get in touch with her and get officers to get in touch with her and possibly arrange a meeting quite soon regarding that. We could also look to bring it to a future members' advisory panel, which has now met twice and has been helpful to me and officers in exploring issues in more detail. Thinking about the transport strategy point referred to by Mr Bierman, I'm aware this work is commencing with Hampshire County Council to develop a blueprint for a mass rapid transport system in the town. This will explore proposals for routes and sites to be served. This will set the scene for a modal shift to encourage greater use of public transport in the borough, and this will link in with future work to facilitate an improved interchange with the railway, as well as facilitating better links with Bays and View. Those improvements rest with my colleague Councillor Raphael's portfolio. We work closely together, but he's also working closely with Hampshire in that regard. At a more local level, we are supporting the provision of an electric vehicle charging hub in the town centre, having recently improved provision through 3 chargers in our campus car parks. The MRT blueprint will also feed into the local plan update, which Mr Heath refers to, giving us the scope to identify any land that needs to be safeguarded to provide future improvements in infrastructure as necessary, as well as building these into policy requirements for new sites. Councillors will be aware that an update of the local plan is a significant piece of work requiring dedicated resources and a detailed and comprehensive evidence base in order to ensure that it is ultimately found to be sound. Again, this is Councillor Raphael's portfolio, but again, as a Cabinet, we all work closely together on this, and I'm aware that this work area is supported by a dedicated team of professional officers within the planning department and from elsewhere in the Council, who will be developing policies and recommending sites for inclusion in line with what the evidence is telling us and in line with national guidance. Given the crossover between the local plan and climate change, and I accept that is huge, we are due to hold a dedicated session on proposed policy areas in March in order to ensure that our approach is robust and in line with guidance that allows us. The plan will also look at wider policy areas affecting the natural environment, covering biodiversity and landscape, amongst others, to support residents' economic and social needs. More broadly, and as I previously mentioned, I am pleased to report to councillors that additional support has been provided to support the climate change agenda in the form of a climate emergency project manager, as well as funding outlined in this evening's budget papers. I want to deal with supplementaries on the climate change and then come back to the recycling?
Yes, let's do that. Thank you. So that was quite a comprehensive answer on the climate change questions. Are there any burning supplementaries? Ms Peacock, do you have one? Thank you very much. Mr. Bierman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillor Eaches. I listened carefully to your response, in particular the question of the transport strategy, and you said lots of talking was going on. What I wonder is whether you can give us some sort of indication as to when things might happen as opposed to just talking about it. At what stage do you hope to have a final working programme? And to underline that as well, I wonder why the Council has not yet drawn up an SPD with a view to urgently addressing many of the climate change issues, to have something in writing to support planning decisions as they come before the Council. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, let me try and answer the question. We're very much in the hands of Hampshire County Council and their timeframes. We've been discussing this for about 2 years with them, and in about the last week, the portfolio holders signed off the initial phases, I understand, of junction improvements in the centre of Basingstoke town, looking at ways of rejigging very important junctions. And within that conversation, we're setting the priorities for an MRT. We, of course, have steered the county away from just being obsessed by buses and looking at all sorts of alternative methods for that to happen and keeping that flexibility moving forwards for the future. It is something we're constantly trying to get them back in and address with them. I can't give a time frame. If I could, I would. But it is ongoing work, and we will be having them back in soon to assess the progress that they have made. But they are committed to it, and it will be looking at routes that go westwards through Winklebury towards the Manydown development. It will be looking at routes that go out towards Hatchwarren and Beggarwood. It will be looking at routes that go up towards Chinham, and obviously looking at how they coalesce around the station in particular. The second question about an SPD. Well, we are where we are with a review of the local plan. So an SPD takes about 12 to 18 months to get going, and we're in the middle of a local plan. And in a sense, the local plan will trump the SPD. So we're going to do the local plan. We're going to develop policies. And perhaps, Madam Mayor, now I'm on my feet, I'll make it clear. I have said to officers that in terms of how we design homes for the future, in terms of sustainability, in terms of allowing them to adapt as technology improves so that they become more energy efficient, so that the technology that people need to travel, where they're not going to be based on fossil-based fuels and need to perhaps charge their cars in different ways, the ability to cycle, walk, run, as well as obviously use vehicles to get from home to home, and indeed wider concepts about how we may want energy to be generated and used across a number of homes, or other concepts about whether waste should be disposed of more based upon the layout of housing collectively at the end of the road like they do in other parts of Europe. All of these concepts have to be discussed by us as councillors. And I want us to set the bar, and I've said this to officers, higher and more innovatively than other authorities across the country, and not to be inhibited by potential case law that says, oh, you can't do that, because developers might challenge it. We had all of that nonsense when we did the last local plan. We couldn't have strategic gaps. We couldn't have local people having a say about whether they wanted homes in the villages, because, of course, it might be development in the countryside. We changed the policy, and the inspector upheld it. So I am very keen that we push the boundaries, bearing in mind that wherever we set this local plan, whenever we do it, and it could be some time off, things will carry on moving on from that. So we have to be forward-thinking now to at least be some way current, about 5 years on from when the plan takes place. So all of this is on our agenda. The plan is for us as councillors to start discussing these issues and thrashing them out next month. And we're not expecting to come up with the solutions just like that after one short meeting. But what we are expecting to do is to really discuss, start to gauge the temperature of where we want to go as a council as a whole, and put the policies in place going forwards with the local plan throughout this year and into next.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mrs. Baker, do you have a supplementary?
Baker, she's a recycler.
Oh, I'm so sorry, you're the recycling one. I beg your pardon. Was it Mr. Heath? Sorry, Mr. Heath.
Yeah, so many thanks for those replies. I just wanted to just perhaps underline the enormity of what we are facing. This borough creates 1 million tonnes of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases every single year. To get to carbon neutral by 2030, we have to take 100,000 tonnes out of our emissions every single year for the next 10 years. So perhaps we just revisit that conversation. I mean, Councillor Raphael was saying it takes 3 years to change the local plan, but only 18 months to do a supplementary planning document. I would have thought the answer is obvious. We don't have time to wait for 3 years. Now, I have emailed both Councillor Eachus and Councillor Raphael, I think 3 times now actually, still waiting for a reply, on when we will have a supplementary planning document or something equivalent that gets us off this timetable of waiting for 3 years before we do anything. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is when?
Thank you, Mr. Heath and Madam Mayor. Yes, you have emailed me. I've been away, I'm afraid, and I've had officers working on it. I have got a response to your email, which would be, can't promise it will be sent out tonight because I don't know what time this meeting will finish, but I can promise you'll have it by tomorrow. And that will go into a lot more instead of time tonight. It's very lengthy. It will go into a lot more detail over, yes, we can do SPDs in 18 months, as Councillor Raphael says, but the pros and cons about that. And take on board everything Mr. Heath said. It is a massive challenge, this climate change emergency. We as a council can facilitate. We need to be ambitious, but we will do everything we can, but we can't do everything. We're not going to reduce the emissions ourselves. We need partners to come on board, businesses, residents, everybody needs to do their bit, but I fully take on the chat, and it is a challenge.
And could you now address Mrs. Baker's question about recycling? Thank you.
So in relation to the recycling question, thank you, Mrs. Baker. Do accept this council does have a low recycling rate, and it has continued to increase over the last few years. It has gone from last year to 28.41% up to 31.28%, although I appreciate it's still low compared to other authorities, but we can't compare everybody exactly the same. We've got to understand that we continue to have a weekly bin collection. We incinerate, our waste isn't sent to landfill, and most importantly, everything we allow residents to recycle in their green bin at curbside is properly recycled. It goes to a sustainable market. We know where it all ends up, and none of the material ends up in the sea. In relation to what initiatives we've got to increase recycling, we have a number of those planned for the coming year, aimed at improving the recycling rate through waste reduction and increased capture of recyclable materials. We're working with the County Council and other Hampshire districts to evaluate and understand the implication of the government's waste and resources strategy, which is anticipated will affect the type and way in which recycled material is collected. We've got the delivery of a 2-year project which will look to reduce the amount of contamination and increase recycling from all properties across the borough that use communal bins via improved signage and information for residents. There are some 12,000 properties in the borough that use communal waste recycling bins. We're always trying to increase the number of customers that subscribe to the council's garden waste service. We have a comprehensive social media content and advertising plan to advertise how to reduce food waste and save money, raise awareness of hidden single plastics in a drive to reduce waste, increasing residents' knowledge about what can be recycled and how much recycling is still going in the grey bins. And that's a really key point to make, because in all the tests and everything that are carried out, all the analysis, nearly a third of what goes in our grey bins could be recycled. We are advertising the network of recycling opportunities other than curbside collections, such as textiles, furniture reuse, foil, batteries, etc. We're working with Serco to ensure that reliable waste and recycling collection service is provided to all residents. We're working with Serco to identify properties where recycling is contaminated, so much more targeted recycling in those areas, so we can communicate with those residents and improve their knowledge of recycling, and then this will increase the amount of recycling we're able to collect. We're reviewing the provision of recycling bring sites across the borough. We continue to replace end-of-life 240-litre waste bins with 140-litre waste bins and issuing those as standard to new properties. We're in the process of developing a mobile app and are exploring the possibility of incorporating bin collection days and recycling information into that app. Funding for the delivery of everything I've just said is all incorporated within the proposed budget for the waste and recycling service. And lastly, educating residents is of course really important. We are looking at considering having local recycling champions in certain areas for those that are really enthusiastic about it, and local councillors can always arrange their own presentations within their local communities, and officers are always happy to support you in doing that, or as am I.
Thank you very much. That was quite... Yes, do you have a supplementary very quickly? Because that was quite a comprehensive answer.
Yes, it was. Thank the councillor for that. That I do have a supplementary, because interesting as it was to hear those plans, I'd like you to know that currently being distributed entirely by volunteers to every property in Overton is a leaflet explaining what can go into their green bin and what other opportunities there are for recycling. And that's being done thanks to Sustainable Overton and Overton Parish Council. So don't you rather think we're doing your job for you?
No, I congratulate Overton for doing that, and I haven't seen the leaflet. I'd be glad to see it, but we do a lot on social media. We sent out leaflets a while ago. We've been doing a lot with communal bins, so it's great that local residents want to come on board. We're looking at recycling champions and happy to work with those people, and we will continue to do everything to improve the recycling rate.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's everybody's job to be proactive in this, isn't it? Thank you. Right, let's move on now to, we've just got two more questions. First one from Ms. Rainbow, please. Would you ask your question?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. The Holly Blue pub is opening shortly. It is advertised as a country pub, a convenient few minutes drive from the M3. It is inconvenient or difficult to walk or cycle there, despite being close to hundreds of houses along either side of the A30. A typical route from houses on the opposite side of the A30 involves cycling away from the pub, downhill to cross over at the junction lights, and back again uphill along Beggarwood Lane. A total of 4 separate crossings ending in a flight of steps. Other possible routes are also unnecessarily indirect and inconvenient, more so for cycling than for walking. Access to the pub discriminates against people without a car. It also fails various planning guidelines. How will the council remedy the present situation, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raffel?
Well, can I begin, Madam Mayor, by thanking Heather Rainbow for her question, and of course I understand entirely the spirit in which she brings it, which is to try and encourage cycling and to not allow the planning process to inhibit cyclists and obviously walkers as well, for that matter, because they're probably suffering the same difficulties that she's explained. There was a planning application for this particular public house, and within that planning application there was to be a crossing which was to allow cyclists and pedestrians to cross at the mouth of Beggarwood Lane right next to the public house. That crossing, I understand, I've been informed by officers, is due to be constructed in May of this year. I'm not sure from the question whether that is, as it were, a given and the problem still arises. If it is, I'm afraid that's what the Development Control Committee saw, envisaged and granted permission on, because of the nature of having a public house on a busy dual carriageway, which is the A30. There is the need to promote safety through existing junctions, and if that's the complicated process that has arisen, it should have been dealt with at the planning stage then. As far as ending in steps is concerned, I understand, and I hope I'm not misinforming you, Madam Mayor and councillors, but I understand enforcement action is being taken about those steps because they're not within the planning application. Instead, there should be a straightforward route in that is, allows people with wheels or legs to walk up a gentle slope. As far as perhaps a wider point is concerned, there is always a danger that the County Council, as the Highways Authority, over-engineers solutions and perhaps forgets the practical consequences of the processes that they've created. One such problem, I think, arose on the Aldermaston Road Triangle, where it would be far quicker to get across the road by walking than it would to wait for the traffic lights to change and go by bicycle. I think the Rainbow is well aware of that too. So there is that lesson consequently every single time to practically analyse the difficulties from the perspective of the cyclist at the planning process, I'm afraid. Otherwise, we end up with these conundrums. But I'll be happy to take a supplementary if I've misunderstood the question.
Thank you. Heather, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you very much indeed for your answer, with which I totally agree. And I totally agree that it should have been tackled at the planning application stage, but for some reason or other, it wasn't. So I'm therefore asking, how will Council improve procedures in future planning applications to prevent this sort of thing? Thank you.
I dare say there's some practical things that we can do, but speaking off the hoop, I'm hoping they're all listening to what's just happened and remember it when they next have the appropriate application. Because really and truly, it is the role of a regulatory committee to scrutinise these applications from a practical point of view. And it doesn't matter how much policy comes in. And obviously with a highways authority that's becoming more and more driven by ways of doing things quickly and that save money, the actual possibility of actually having an officer looking at things directly is becoming more and more remote. So the onus is actually on the members of the committee to take this responsibility, as I know they do seriously, but to remember this particular problem when they consider future applications.
Thank you very much. Mr. Heath, you had another question. This is on finance. Do you want us to take it as on the order paper to save time?
Yes, I'm happy that we do that. I'll just quickly paraphrase it.
Okay, paraphrase it. That's fine.
It's a long and perhaps technical one, yeah, and thanks for indulging me for a second time. Broadly, it's just that we're going to spend £88 million or invest £88 million in capital expenditure over the next 5 years. We're going to spend £175 million in revenue receipts over the next 5 years. We have £258 million in property portfolio, earning not much at all. We have £138 million in cash, earning less than the rate of inflation. Now, given the climate emergency that we face, how is this allocation of financial resources consistent with the Council's climate motion to achieve net zero by 2030? Thank you.
Councillor Golding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question. You asked a very technical question on the pre-submission, therefore I'm going to give you a fairly technical answer, and the rest of members, I'm afraid, will have to bear with me. The figures you've quoted from Table 10 on page 112 are from the column showing the 2019-20 figures, whilst the figures on page 136 relate to 2020-2021. The interest figure shown for 2020-2021 is the same on both pages 112 and 136, which is 3.56 million. The property income figures in Table 10 are shown over two lines in order to separate the property investment strategy from existing property, and they are net of expenditure. Page 136 shows gross income for all properties. I do have a table in front of me, but I'm not really able to read that out. But if you would like it, officers are able to send it to you. In terms of your interest question, based upon estimated rent income of 17.45 million in 2020-2021, the Council is expecting property investments to achieve an annual return of 5.95% after taking into account new acquisitions during 1920. This is 3.25% above RPI and 4.15% higher than CPI. The higher return from property reflects that it is riskier than some investments due to its physical characteristics, which generally make the asset less liquid. As a result, property is only suitable as an investment for long-term funds expected to be available for 5 to 10 years. On the other hand, the Council's cash investments are lower risk, and they're managed to ensure that funds are available to finance the Council's cash flow. So the main objectives of those Treasury management funds is the security of them, and then the secondary objectives of liquidity and return. The average return for the next year of 1.98 compares to base rates of 0.75% and a review by the Council's Treasury advisors have concluded that the Council receives very strong risk-adjusted returns on its in-house managed investments compared to the Arling Close Local Authority client peer group. In order to further improve returns and to diversify risks, the Treasury management strategy for the next year includes new proposals for the prepayment of pension contributions, which will achieve a return of 3.65%, and investment in a multi-asset funds that can generate enhanced return but with lower volatility than pure equity funds. And in response to your final question around the climate emergency, future investment through the capital programme does include a green investment fund of 0.38 million, new vehicles with a climate change focus, which is 2.93 million, and Eastland Car Park lighting scheme, which is 0.11 million. We were just discussing that it's difficult sometimes to pull all those out and see where all the strands of work are, because it doesn't come in one pot of money or under one officer or under even one portfolio holder. We are working as a team on this. The budget also includes 0.5 million pump priming monies added to a climate change reserve, although I do note there is a motion to increase that even further this evening. Future resources required and sources of funding, including external grant opportunities, will depend on the agreement of priority actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that okay, Mr. Heath? Do you want to ask a supplementary, or is that enough?
Quickly, no, I think I've probably used up as much more than my fair allocation of time, and maybe I can have the technical discussion with the councillor outside this chamber, because there would be some responses to that, but perhaps this is not the place to do it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. We're always open to questions anytime, doesn't have to be in a council meeting. Brilliant. So we've finished all the questions. Hooray. Thank you to all the questioners, though. They were an interesting, varied bunch of questions, and it's good to exercise us in that way. Could I just return very briefly, Councillor Tilbury, you made a very valid proposal. Are you content for us to deal with that later on when we'll be talking about football and referring to committees at the end of the agenda?
What went on before and how we move forward. Okay, well, they're both on now.
Thank you very much. Right, the petition has been postponed, so we save a few minutes there. Next, item 7 on the agenda, resignations and appointments. First, the committees. Are there any resignations or reappointments? Councillor Rattigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I take Councillor Anne Court be removed from licensing and replaced with Councillor Nick Robinson? That's his punishment for seeing me wrong last time.
Councillor Tilbury.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I swap Councillor on DC, Councillor Janet Westbrook for Councillor Mike Westbrook? That's fairly straightforward. As reserved, sorry.
That sounds straightforward. Thank you very much. Is that everything? Okay, we move on to outside bodies very quickly. Are there any resignations from outside bodies? No. There are 2 vacancies listed at agenda item 7 on page 33. The Basingstoke Canal Joint Management Committee until 2021. Are there any nominations? Councillor Raffel. Oh, we have a nomination and a second. 3. Very good. Are there any other nominations? Are we all happy with that? Thank you. And just finally, Carla the Arts for 1 year. Are there any nominations for that? No? Okay, we'll move on then. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the appointment of the Head of Law and Governance and Monitoring Officer, which can be found on pages 35 to 46 of the agenda papers. Councillor Edwards, are you presenting this? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Following the departure of the previous Head of Law and Governance and Monitoring Officer, the Council, supported by Solace, conducted an extensive recruitment process. The post was advertised in October and November of 2019, and a thorough search and selection process, including a long list interview with a technical assessor, was carried out. A full day of assessments and psychometric evaluation was undertaken, and after careful consideration of all the feedback from all participants in the various exercises, it was agreed to invite 2 candidates to attend a final interview with the HR committee. The committee unanimously voted to appoint Fiona Thompson, who is currently the Interim Assistant Director, Corporate Governance and Interim Monitoring Officer for the London boroughs of Merton and Richmond. In line with the Council's constitution and pay policy, the Council is asked to ratify the HR's Committee's recommendation to appoint Fiona Thompson to the post of Head of Law and Governance and Monitoring Officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we take a second? Councillor Rattigan.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to second the appointment of Fiona. Thank you very much.
Is there a debate or are we all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Right, the next item. As is usual, when we're considering a new council plan, we're going to take both the council plan and the budget together. You've all had a sheet explaining the procedure. In a nutshell, first the leader will introduce these. Following this, I'll be inviting the group leaders to speak. Then the council plan and budget will be proposed for approval, excuse me, and seconded. And then it'll be open for debate from any other councillors who wish to speak and for the proposed amendment, which we have on notice. Thank you for the notice given, that's really helpful. So can I invite the Leader of the Council to introduce first item 9, the Council Plan, and then item 10, the Medium-Term Financial Strategy and Budget Update Report, which can be found on pages 47 to 204 of the papers. Thank you. Councillor Rattigan.
Madam Mayor, firstly, on an occasion like this, it is right to take a moment to reflect on the year since the last budget, and with it, the emergence of the new council plan. Hopefully, it contains no own goals. I think for any football manager, the recruitment of great players is vital. I believe that the officers recruited at a senior level in the last year, including 2 new transfers in, will combine with the existing team and mean that we are Champions League in terms of a council. I would like to acknowledge the backroom staff here at the council, because without them, the match could never take place. I want to thank them, not just for the over 100 messages of goodwill that were sent to me when I was ill, many surprised that a Tory had a heart, but for the hard work, dedication, and effort they put in for our residents. A special mention should go to the Housing and Benefits team, as well as the contact centre, who deal with some of the most distressed in our borough at times of emergency and frustration. I also want to pay tribute to all of you, my fellow councillors. None of us are in this room for financial gain. And I know that we can only shake our heads at some of the muppets on social media who think we get a pension, a salary, and a golden handshake. We serve for an allowance and legitimate expenses. Many do not even claim those for fear of having to justify them under the spotlight of a click-driven media and their keyboard warrior friends. You should be proud of your dedication to serve your communities and value the real impact of what you do for your residents. To the players around me, my cabinet, I would like to thank them for the ability to see through the complex issues and sagely and sanely encourage strong debate while focusing on the end result. Councillor Bound, who wore my captain's armband when I was out injured, and whose sense of fun and joy is great to work with, in tandem with his understanding of communities and the policing agenda, he promotes those to the highest levels within this borough and puts them on the radar and amplifies them when our message is shared with our partners. Councillor Golding, who has worked so hard with the finance team to deliver a budget that strikes the right balance between spending on priorities and living within our means. She will say more on her own behalf later. Councillor Isaac, who has overseen the engine of this borough's financial resilience by making the property assets that we hold produce returns that are the envy of many in the private sector. He will oversee the future regeneration of Winklebury, Buckskin and Southam to come to deliver better communities in the future, and setting out on the work that will bring together a new community in Manidown. Councillor Eaches, who has seen through the massive transformation piece in waste and recycling, who did so while resisting the vilest of trolling on the internet. She faced physical threats of abuse while the bin changes were being worked through. I thank her for resilience. Councillor Raffel, who despite his flowery words, which we best kept to the courtroom, has set the bar high in our revision of the local plan, and whose willingness to engage with green and environmental groups will aid us in our ambitious climate change goals. Councillor Robinson, who has fought hard to bring safe dwellings to both the most vulnerable and those who realise that having a stake in society improves the life chances of them and the families around them. Councillor Bean, who has provided a quiet sanity from a position of a working mother and a lifelong Basingstoke resident, who understands what it takes to improve the lives of our residents, and someone who is steeped in the understanding of this town. I would like to thank my fellow group leaders who have shown what can be achieved by working together with one voice, especially in our response to Hampshire County Council's library consultation. I look forward to working with them again after May, however small their groups are. It brings me nicely to the political scene here in Basingstoke and Deane. The Labour Party have been cut up. Many would say connived against. The banner that many stood under of socialism only days before that treachery. We all know that the greatest betrayal is one of a friend to another. I suspect the decision of those people to leave their comrades, even at a time of the threat of coronavirus, is the biggest incident of self-isolation in the UK at the present time. I look forward to the electorate having their say in this, and perhaps making that isolation permanent by the ballot box in May. Everything we are as a council is shaped by our residents, businesses and visitors. That is why we have a resident survey. They tell us they love living here, and therefore we have wound their feedback into our 4 main priorities. Firstly, strengthening communities. That means effective public services. Finding funds in areas that need regeneration, which includes that biodiversity piece that should be in everything we do. Protecting and enhancing our environment. For this council to be a zero carbon council by 2025, we need to improve our air quality and improve the biodiversity that surrounds our residents. Improving safety. We will provide the funding for community safety officers, and we will ensure people get supported when they need it. Planning for the future. We need to shape high-quality, sustainable communities. We need well-designed and well-built homes. We need to offer a choice of ownership and rental options. But we also need to support them through jobs and business growth. All of these visions are for a better, brighter borough. But they are predicated on a sound, secure budget, which means we only spend what we can afford. We lay down sound financial control while allowing residents to see that we can be trusted on the financial well-being of this borough far into the future. We can only spend money once. You would expect a Scot to say that. Therefore, we will earn it before using it, have it before we spend it, and continue a policy of low council tax while increasing spending per head of population. We have committed huge sums to the capital programme while increasing the efficiency of this council in an environment that has seen central government funding reduced to a trickle. This ambition for our future ties in nicely with our commitment to a greener, more sustainable borough. And every effort will be made to challenge ourselves and you, our partners, to meet our commitment of a carbon neutral council by 2025 and by 2030 a carbon neutral borough. I would like to sum up by reminding you all and the wider public that as this country moves to a new chapter in its wonderful history, we must fill our lungs with optimism and hope, lift our eyes to a new horizon of opportunity, and be ready to walk towards the work streams mapped out by global Britain. We can and we must be in the vanguard of place shaping, job creating and home making if we as a borough can truly be the light that safely allows our residents to navigate the cruel seas of life not yet mapped out. This is my administration's view and provides for the opportunity as full-time approaches, and the game is to be won. We need to win it and claim the prize. Therefore, I commend the council plan to you and the budget that supports it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now I'll give the group leaders a chance to have their say. Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In looking at this budget, it raises a number of questions, and some of my group members will be expanding on these, I think, during the due course of the debate. Last year, we had a massive, great big budget book with a huge portion in the middle, blue pages for revenue budget. This year, it's been a lot harder to scrutinise this budget. The information hasn't been readily available. And while I welcome the recent commitment for £152,000 for the football club, that is a stopgap measure. We must recognise that, and we must work with the football club to ensure in the longer term it has a good ground commensurate with what they have at the Camrose at the moment. And that's going to be a long journey. That's not recognised in the budget yet. I expect to see it recognised in future budgets. Similarly, the ice rink, huge challenge there, big issue with the public. We have been looking at it in committees, but at the moment, there doesn't seem to be much in terms of financial commitment, and we may need to revise that going forward if we are serious about keeping ice in Basingstoke, and our group certainly is. We have a fantastic sports offering in Basingstoke at the moment. In addition to the football club and the ice hockey and the various other ice users, we've got a rugby club, we've got a hockey club, we've got an athletics club, we've got cricket club, all excellent things. We need to keep hold of these. We need to promote sport participation in this borough to get us a healthier borough. Unfortunately, it's not easy to see in the current papers where that's all coming from. But what we have got is £6 million of savings to address a budget gap. And our group, we don't like cuts, so we've got questions that we would want answered on that. What's going to be cut? Are we going to be supporting the Anvil and the Haymarket? Or are we going to be cutting theirs? Are we going to be cutting money we might give to Proteus Theatre, Carl of the Arts, Citizens Advice Bureau? And while I'm very pleased that all four of us group leaders agreed in our approach to Save Hampshire's libraries, what happens if the libraries require money input from elsewhere? Are we going to assist them? Or are we going to stand aside and see them wither on the vine and die? The old hoary chestnuts, we've been looking at property. Some might be forgiven in the public gallery for thinking that we're a property investment company in Basingstoke. We're pouring millions into Basingview. We've got New River Retail, but precious little seems to be happening to revive the top of the town, which has been hit by 3 cruel blows this year, with the removal of the post office into Smith's and the loss of 2 banks, HSBC and Lloyds, which has cut footfall to a point where it's really alarmingly low. And we do need to look after our businesses in the top of town. It is an essential feature of our top of town. It's one of the reasons why people visit the town. We've also seen Investor Grow Fund wound up. That was a property investment vehicle. It was getting hardly any people wanting us to invest in their property, and we were getting a very low rate of return. £8.9 million of that has gone into Site K at Basingview for Eli Lilly. I put it to you, councillors, if we're prepared to spend £8.9 million to keep one firm in Basingstoke, we should be prepared to spend a similar sum of money to keep ice in Basingstoke and keep football in Basingstoke. But that's not reflected in this budget. We've had questions tonight on air quality. When that was last debated, questions were asked about things like particulates, ppm 2.5, very small 2.5 micron particulates. Recent report said that some of these drive-throughs, like we've got a Costa drive-through and a McDonald's and a KFC in the leisure park, they had 17 times the recommended amounts of PM 2.5. We're not even measuring it as a borough. We have measured nitrous oxides and we know we've got a problem there, but we've not, in the eyes of many, been taking that sufficiently seriously. And then we have the old favourites that we like to increase on charges. So how much are we going to be increasing the burial charges by? How much are we going to be increasing the football pitch height? It's a travesty that our local amateur football teams are having to pay so much to play football. We're talking about saving the football club. What comes with that is the other tiers and other activities that go with it. So we've also got women's football, we've got young football, we've got Saturday and Sunday league. Councillors, years ago, we used to have about 14 different leagues on Saturday and Sunday playing football. We've got a small fraction of that now. And part of that problem is how much they have to pay to hire pitches. Bulk collection. There have been numerous reports of things like fly tipping in the press. All of our areas have had problems with it. Some of the rural areas have had massive dumps of commercially collected fly tipping. Why are these people going around collecting waste and fly tipping it? Because of the bulk collection, because it's difficult for our residents to take things to the tip. They're having to pay for things like DIY waste. Admittedly, that may not be our direct responsibility, but okay, so it saves the county a few bob. We have to pick up the cost in clearing up the fly tipping, and we're all sick of it. And while it's welcome to see the public's enthusiastic response for the 4 priorities, and it's not hard to argue against the 4 priorities, improving safety, more CSPOs, that's great. Would be great if we had some more police as well. Parking provision, I've got an amendment coming on that, so I'll keep to that. That's something that affects many of our residents. Bin collection, we know we've got problems there. Recycling rates, what initiatives are we going to do and how much are we going to plough into improving that? Street cleaning, litter is a menace. Some parts of our town are badly affected by it, especially the busier parts of it. And what are we going to do with the climate emergency? I've got an amendment coming there because I don't think that £500,000 is enough. We need to double that. We need to act very quickly. We've only got 5 years or less before we're supposed to be a climate neutral council. And some of the work that we're supposed to be doing on that is huge. We've got a massive amount of community buildings, all of which have got pretty poor energy efficiency. We're going to be ripping out boilers, installing solar panels. Then we've got things we want to do with tree planting. It's difficult to see how we're going to achieve all of these things and be serious about the climate emergency on the basis of the information we've got. Mention was made of the Winklebury Way regeneration. I happened to be at the tail end of the consultation, if you could call it that, at the Church of the Good Shepherd last night, where it looks like development is going to be imposed on the people of Winklebury when they've got 3,200 houses that have been zero rated for community infrastructure levelling. So many down, Winklebury's not going to be benefiting from that. That seems absurd. But in the face of all of this, I do say I have a degree of sympathy for the administration, in so much as the council is acting within the constraints placed on it by central government. So a look at the papers will reveal that revenue support grant has gone to zero, and it may even go negative in the near future. The new homes bonus is trending to zero, and we've got housing benefits that are on the way down as well. Soon all the government money will be zero. Austerity is a political choice by this government. We've had 10 years of it. The public are getting tired of it. The real solution is to change the government, or at least have a change of heart within this government before it's too late. We are picking up the pieces. Much has been said about things like real change, not loose change. The driving factor behind homelessness is government policy that's put people on the streets. So I've said my piece now. I will be moving some amendments shortly, and I will invite my colleagues to say more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCormick. Councillor Tilbury.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Conservative budgets go, this is possibly the least contentious I can recall in the 15 years they have been controlled the council, presumably due to the fact they no longer had the votes to put forward anything contentious. And of course, we know Cuddly Kane, what he would do, because we saw an leaked email some years ago. We'd be like, was it Westminster Council / everything and stay in power forever by rigging the Boundary Commission? Well, they seem to have managed that. Well, while the additional funding for community policing is also welcome, it wouldn't be necessary if the government had not cut the police by 20,000. I mean, it's barely 10 years ago when we had in this borough, we had community wardens in Overton, which we had 2 community wardens, 2 PCSOs and a proper beat officer. No, we don't even have a beat officer. We have 1 PCSO, has to cover most of North Hampshire from what I can see of it. And we've had, cases where we've had people even threatened with a knife and the police say, well, we haven't got the resources to deal with that. I mean, what are we coming to? And now they're going to replace them with another 20,000 where they can get rid of recruiting them. So why get rid of them in the first place? Yeah, well, I said the £1 million reserve. I'm assuming Councillor McCormick's motion will get passed, so his amendment will get passed. For climate change is welcome. What will be far more welcome is some actual initiatives to spend it on, because there's not much point having the money in a reserve if you're not going to spend it. We cannot keep kicking the can down the road any longer, and while it's pleasing to see the majority of Conservatives now appear to actually believe in climate change being real, the years of delay in implementing simple, cost-effective projects such as placing solar panels on our own buildings that all opposition groups were calling for over 10 years ago, have left us lagging behind more progressive councils. It now looks like we may actually manage to gain outline planning permission for Manydown in the next month or so, only 15 years later than planned, by my former, she's still here, by my former colleague, and with an ever diminishing role and influence in how it is developed. This is one where we could use our climate change reserve to good effect by insisting all homes have solar panels to produce both electricity and hot water on all properties. And yes, we did do this many years ago at Foxtown in Overton. It didn't go precisely to plan, there were issues, but we did do something innovative. That had solar water heating, had rainwater harvesting on there. Had it not been for the sort of wacky architect design of the properties, we probably would have had some of the other issues that came with it, but the basic concept, it was good. We put money into it and we did this. And we did this 15 years ago. And since then, we've done nothing. We have a new estate coming forward in Overton. We've asked the developers, will you consider putting solar panels on the standard? They said no. It doesn't make money as far as we're concerned. It doesn't add to the value of the house as far as the people who buy them are concerned. So unless someone forces people to do this, they will not do this. We have also have to consider how we can deal with the long-term problems that the switch to electric cars and the need for accessible charging points will have, particularly on the 1960s Radburn estates where parking is remote from housing. You know, it's no good having an electric car if you need a 500-foot long extension lead, is it? So we would be in a far better position to reduce CO2 emissions if we could do something to reduce the need to travel by car. But in an area where public transport is incredibly expensive, there is little incentive to use a bus. Neither does it help when these services are cut or rerouted. I think Councillor Regan's made that point in the paper very ably today. And of course, we have no real control over this. We're back to the 1985 Transport Act, doesn't it? It comes back to haunt us time and time again. We have no control over things we used to have control over. We also have to stop the relentless levels of housing development in this borough. Despite having thousands on our housing list who actually live in this area, we are continually being forced to build thousands of houses that are only affordable to those prepared to commute long distances, all in the name of unsustainable economic growth, generating even more car travel. It's interesting to note that while our neighbours in Winchester City Council have increased parking charges in the urban car parks to reduce air pollution, not raise money, we just do it to raise income. No, you could argue they're being a bit cynical about that, but I think that's a difference. There was a different emphasis there on the way they do things down there. When Blake wrote of building Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land, the word he used was in, not on. He wasn't talking about covering the country in tarmac and concrete. His vision was about building a better life for residents, which requires so much more than just bricks and mortar. We are now being forced to try to alleviate the housing problems of the wider South East and London, but without any of the master planning that our predecessors in the 60s had the sense to use. This leads to the farcical situation where we are seeing hundreds of houses built on floodplains, despite protests from local residents and councillors, and even our own Development Control Committee, whose pleas for sanity are generally ignored by the Environment Agency. Last week, I nearly choked on a pancake while listening to the Environment Minister, George Eustace, on the Andrew Marr show, as he explained his plan to solve flooding by the use of sustainable urban drainage systems. So now we have an Environment Minister who thinks it's possible to solve the problem of flooding by digging a hole in the ground to drain the water away. I suspect the residents of Buckskin, Bramley and Dean can see the obvious flaw in that cunning plan. How much longer must we suffer from having the Chinham incinerator on our doorstep? This throwback to the Victorian era makes a mockery of any climate emergency measures we may try to implement in the borough. If Hampshire County Council still think burning waste is such a good idea, I suggest they build a new one in next to their castle in Winchester, but I doubt the residents of Winchester would allow that, so why did we? When are we going to do something positive to reduce our pathetic recycling rate? Well, I think we heard the answer to that as well, didn't we, Paula? So, no time soon. Sadly, there's little evidence of anything remotely resembling a business strategy in this borough. When I first became a councillor, the borough was a major development and manufacturing hub for the telecommunications industry, particularly mobile phones. All those companies have left us for Reading or the EU now. ITT, where I did my apprenticeship, had moved to the town from London in the 1960s, expanded and moved to a new building on council land at Viables in the 1980s, where they employed over 1,000 highly skilled staff. They had a major role in developing both the Category 5 wiring system, still in use today, and the Bowman radio system for the Army, again, still in use. They have now abandoned Basingstoke. The factory is soon to be demolished to make way for yet another warehouse, which will employ a handful of people. Basingview lies largely empty and unloved, save for a hotel at one end and John Lewis at the other, and we still have no coherent plan to fill the middle. Predictably from the Conservatives, the biggest omission in this budget is a continuing failure to deal with an affordable housing crisis entirely of this council's own making. Back in the 90s, when Private Eye renamed Basingstoke Thatchergrad due to its enthusiasm for whatever crackpot privatisation scam our government dreamt up, this council embarked on an equity release scheme of epic scale by rolling out what was at that time the largest large-scale voluntary transfer scheme ever seen. The council sold the scheme to tenants on the basis that they didn't accept that their rents would have to double within 5 years, which had no basis in financial reality. Councillors, on the other hand, were sold the scheme on the basis that the council would benefit from a cash windfall even after the government had grabbed much of the cash. But of course, like any money-making scheme that sounds too good to be true, it was too good to be true. The tenants and taxpayers are still paying off the loans taken out by the housing associations to pay for the houses through inflated rents, and nowhere in this country did council rents double. As for BDBC, with no rental income and no housing revenue account, we were left to fund our housing functions out of the main revenue account, currently costing us around £3 million a year. Meanwhile, our neighbours in Winchester avoided this error and are able to implement a lower council tax increase of 3%, while at the same time investing £27 million this year to build new council houses. They plan to build at least 1,000 in the coming years, despite being 2/3 the size of Basingstoke and Dean. And to further illustrate just how financially irresponsible this far sale of the century was, the former council garage blocks alone now generate around £3 million a year for the housing associations, not for us, similar to our entire investment income, but with none of the risk. So instead of scratching around for savings and chasing potentially risky returns from commercial property and financial investments, we and our residents could now be benefiting from doing one of the few things councils across the country were actually very good at, building affordable and desirable homes for residents on average incomes. So I suggest if we want to find a viable business model for the future, we only need to look back to the past. Manydown could have been the catalyst for such an approach. Instead, the provision of 40% affordable housing has become an aspiration, and the prospect of seeing a secondary school within the next 10 years or at all highly unlikely. But this is not just about money. As a report this week shows, around 25% of those currently in unaffordable housing, particularly in the poorly regulated private sector, are suffering from poor mental health, and that's no surprise to anyone, I would have thought. So it's about time this council started to deal with a very real affordable housing crisis in this area. As it's now 6 months since we declared a climate emergency, I would have expected to see some progress on that. But of course, we haven't really done anything. We declared the emergency, job done. But for that, you need vision. I've seen little evidence of any of that in the 15 years the Conservatives have been in power in this council. I'm not expecting that to change any time soon. So it's not so much that we're in the vanguard, we're more like in the guard's van. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Tilbury, because he made lots of references to Lib Dem run Winchester City Council, and it's very much appreciated. We have to update our canvas data in Overton to reflect his support for that progress they're making. Madam Mayor, this year I will cover the 3 most common stupid things said in a budget debate. By doing so, I'm hoping no one says them, and that will save time later in the debate. And as always, there's a theme, and this year's theme is an award ceremony. Some lucky councillors will receive awards tonight. They won't actually receive anything, but I'm going to announce them anyway. And also, to speed things up, I'm not going to dwell on the council plan, because as always, the council plan is so vague it could mean anything. And no doubt we'll be told it's backed by our residents. This flawed assumption is based on an analysis of less than 100 consultation responses. In a borough of 200,000 people, if you rounded it to 1 decimal place, it wouldn't be a consultation response at all. But we start with the nice bit and the first award, because every award ceremony, there is an Outstanding Achievement Award. Madam Mayor, this is the leader's first budget, and I want to start by paying tribute to his predecessor. I know Councillor Sanders' retirement was delayed by a year, but when you consider other projects of this council, a year behind schedule is pretty good going. Councillor Sanders took over when the nation's finances were a mess, the economy was struggling, local government funding was squeezed. He had to contend with his own party at war with itself over the local plan, and then the uncertainty of Brexit. Whilst I may not have agreed with him often, I could never fault his commitment to this borough, the time and effort and energy he put into making the best it could be for our residents. We should thank him for his considerable contribution to this council, both as leader and deputy leader before, and wish him a happy, healthy and well-earned retirement. To his credit, he was only ever wrong when he disagreed with the Liberal Democrats, something his successor will no doubt not learn from. That's a nice bit over. I now want to highlight one of those stupid things said at budget meetings. First up, in previous years, members seem to stand up and say, "This is great, we have a balanced budget," as if it's some sort of act of genius. Madam Mayor, you will know it's a legal requirement. If anyone's thinking of standing up saying this is a balanced budget, you're basically saying, well done, we haven't broken the law this year. And it just makes you look a bit silly. The second silliest thing you hear, is we're protecting frontline services. And this is silly for 2 reasons. Firstly, it's simply not true. Bulky waste collection used to be a frontline service, then a subsidised service, now it's a commercial service.
The same could be said for rat catching. We used to maintain our open spaces, then we handed this to volunteers under Cameron's Big Society. And now we're withdrawing support from the volunteers under Boris Johnson's Sod Society. Our public conveniences have become inconvenient, and safety checks on play parks are now a parish problem rather than a borough one. Then, of course, there's bin collection. The hurried changes to make the task fit the budget, and this brings us to our next award. When the contract changed, the contact centre calls doubled, our inboxes overflowed, and when questioned, the Cabinet member indicated she was not aware of a problem. So I would like to present the Oh, I Completely Missed It award. Unfortunately, Councillor Richards is unable to collect the award today. However, the contact centre have advised if I leave it out, a crew will be back later on in the week. Does this sound like protecting frontline services? The second problem with this protecting frontline services line is the statement fails to appreciate what actually happens in this council. Everything the council does is about frontline services, either delivering them directly or making sure the resources, human, financial and property, are there to deliver them. We are not cutting staff in some magical department that doesn't do anything. There is no office full of people who achieve nothing apart from the Conservative group room. And the cuts to departments that support frontline services indirectly are now becoming more apparent. Which leads us to our next award. This is the Rapid Progress Award. Madam Mayor, 24 years on from the purchase of Manydown for providing housing, we currently have no homes on Manydown. In 2012, the Cabinet agreed to regenerate the leisure park. The completion date was 2019, it's now 2020, and we're no longer certain of the start date. And the 7-year programme to regenerate Basing View is now in its teenage years, and still proving stroppy. So congratulations, Councillor Isett, or Wizzy Isett, as he's never been called. But I don't think he's entirely to blame. The lack of council resources means we are now more dependent than ever on partners, consultants, contractors. We're less able to manage these relationships and contracts. The result is delay and legal challenges. Offering leisure facilities, providing housing, providing high-quality commercial property, these are all frontline services too. And it's not just the projects we've decided on. During the past year, there have been motions attracting a consensus across the chamber. Increasing the delivery of social housing was passed nearly a year ago. The motion travelled from this chamber to an in-tray on an unoccupied desk. We've not identified the funds, we've not set up the budget, we've not created an arm's length body or partner to manage them. Critically, for these low-income families being priced out of the borough, we appear no closer to delivering more social housing than we were when we passed that motion. As a housing authority, this is a frontline service we are not providing, as we don't have the capacity to progress it. We're not protecting frontline services. Anyone who says it is embarrassing themselves and their party. Madam Mayor, the next award is the Political Split of the Year award. Now, I appreciate members on this side of the chamber have tried really hard to scoop this award. Unfortunately, we are in Eastrop, and everyone knows Labour can't win here. So the split of the year actually goes to the Cabinet. Madam Mayor, when questioned about the lack of progress delivering renewable energy, a Cabinet member's response, and I paraphrase, was, nationally there's been lots of progress, we shouldn't worry about catching up. In another conversation with a Cabinet member, they were asked about the lack of tree planting in the borough to combat climate change. They indicated we had enough trees already, everyone else needs to catch up. A split in the Cabinet is awkward. When it's in the same meeting, it becomes embarrassing. When it's the same Cabinet member, it becomes worthy of an award. So congratulations, Councillor Raffel, being the first Cabinet member to argue with himself. Sadly, the threat of climate change on how we live our lives is more serious than that. Much of the world will be uninhabitable due to heat, the rest due to flooding. We face migration on an unprecedented scale unless we act now. Despite cross-party agreement in public in this chamber, progress has been slow. A few meetings and 0.5 million on standby is not a response to an emergency. Whilst I recognise the lack of resources are contributing to this muted and slow response, I get the impression leadership may be a problem. Making it a priority to update our planning policies so new properties achieve the highest standard of energy efficiency, lobbying government to update the MPPF to close off appeals, a study of the underutilised land, public or private, in the borough for wind turbines or trees, incorporating locally generated electricity from renewable sources at Manydown and the Leisure Park. I've seen no evidence that these are being pushed forward with any kind of pace. We know it's not easy tackling climate change when we've got a county council that is closing libraries so people have to travel further, then cutting the buses that they would have got them there. But we can do better. In fact, the only thing I can find in the budget that was positive was won the leader, a Watch Out, I'm Reversing award. It's the commitment to increase the number of community safety patrol officers. In reality, this is simply reinstating some of those that were previously cut. I know he's reversing over his colleagues' previous decisions. I need to check his voting record. He may actually be reversing over himself. Madam Mayor, this budget offers little and threatens worse. It didn't have to be like this. The difficult position we are in is down to choices. We've heard for years now from government that austerity is over. We were told there'd be a Brexit bonus. None of this money has materialised. The fair funding review for local government has remained on hold, never getting to the top of the government's priority list. The spending review that would give some certainty is on hold. The review of business rate retention has been lost somewhere in the Treasury. New homes bonus is going to be reviewed with no clue how it may pan out. Paralysis in government means local authorities are forced to go from financial strategies to financial guesswork. The emerging deficit in future years is down to making a revenue contribution to capital, as we can no longer assume there'll be new homes bonus, and the need for greater reserves as the risks piles up. Madam Mayor, that was a choice. The Tories chose to turn government into a circus, then they chose to put a clown in charge. I'm not confident we'll know any more when the Chancellor delivers Dominic Cummings' first budget. But locally we had choices too. The council were told years ago that you can't simply cut your way out of trouble. Had we invested in renewable energy when the Lib Dems proposed it, our investment income would be greater. Our property investment strategy is returning 7%. If only we'd done it earlier and on a bigger scale, as suggested by the Liberal Democrats, we'd be in a stronger position. Had we not spent years hoping Many Down would go away and got on with it, as the Liberal Democrats suggested, we would have capital returns and income opportunities. Giving land away in Basingstoke was short-sighted, council money being used to subsidise Tory headlines rather than securing long-term revenue. Which brings me to the third and final stupid thing ever said in a budget debate. Where's your amendment? What would you do if you were in our position? Madam Mayor, the Liberal Democrats would not be in their position, and that's why we're not supporting the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this stage, can I invite the Leader of the Council to formally propose approval of the Council Plan and Budget?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I formally move the Council Plan and Budget and look to Councillor Golding to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Golding. Do you want to speak later?
I would like to speak now, if that's okay.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to start by expressing heartfelt thanks for all the hard work that has gone into developing the new council plan, the budget and the medium-term financial strategy by officers. I would also like to thank the group leaders who have also spoken on the budget and will aim to address some of their points within this speech. However, I do feel I have to point out that Councillor Tilbury will not be able to hold me accountable for council actions in the 1990s, as I was still at school. On a more positive note, I have confidence that the proposed budget will deliver a high-quality level of service to our residents while offering excellent value for money for the years to come. Our strong financial management means that we continue to have the lowest council tax within Hampshire, just 35p a day, or £126.42 a year for a Band D property. But that does not mean that we lack funds to spend on services that our residents tell us they value. Indeed, we currently have the highest spend per head on services within Hampshire and are the 15th highest district council spend per resident in the country. This is thanks to a constant focus on our priorities, and in addition, refreshing the council plan has provided this administration with the ideal opportunity to take stock, review everything the council does, and ensure that services are delivering for our residents, all at just an average 3% increase for most services. And to reassure Councillor McCormick, the reason that he is seeing smaller documentation this year is because only the changes to previous years' approved budgets have been reported. This actually makes it easier for members to scrutinise as all changes are documented. After the budget has been set, the full budget books will also be available. The new council plan provides a fresh focus for us in administration, but it also solidifies priorities for our officers. We put residents at the heart of everything we do and want to invest in our local communities. We will ensure all decisions are looked at through the lens of the climate emergency and are very conscious of the scale of the challenge that we have set ourselves in becoming a carbon neutral organisation by 2025. We are also investing in the safety of our residents, from tackling antisocial behaviour to responding proactively to flood alerts. Our residents tell us they want to feel safe where they live, and we want to action that. We also have our eye on the future. This council cannot just think about here and now. We need to plan and ensure that the Basingstoke of 10 years' time and of 50 years' time is still somewhere that 95% or more of residents say that they like to live. The medium-term financial strategy and the budget before you turn those plans and aspirations into the practical reality of how we will focus and prioritise our actions in the coming 4 years. It comes with new commitments that are directly linked to the council plan. These include increasing the number of community support patrol officers by 2.5 FTE so that more rural areas within the borough can also benefit from their input in reducing antisocial behaviour. We are also providing extra funding for biodiversity schemes, including introducing a scheme that will focus on the gateways to Basingstoke town. And we can do these things because we have worked hard to achieve budget efficiency savings. Our effective financial management and strong medium-term financial planning means that we have scanned the horizon, identified where changes will come, and have taken proactive steps to meet them. We have, and will continue to, actively manage our assets and ensure that they provide a robust revenue income. We should be proud that this council receives more income through commercial rents and investments than it does through council tax and fees and charges added together. This is not an accidental position. This is not the position of most district councils. It is the result of diligent management over years to ensure that the benefit goes to the residents of Basingstoke. We will continue to see financial challenges in Basingstoke and Deane. We can never be complacent when the cost of running the same service costs more every year, and we see ongoing changes in central government funding, as well as cuts to county council services. We have forecast these into our medium-term financial strategy and know that there are more difficult decisions to make in the future. However, we already have plans to reduce the budget gap over future years. Our long-term investment and future plans in areas such as Basingview in the leisure park will provide us with growth in business rates and rents. Our property investment strategy has seen us invest over £23 million, raising to £32.5 million in 2021 in new property within the borough, and that will generate an extra £2.3 million, which is an impressive return of 7.1%. We continue to seek new initiatives, such as prepayment of our pension contributions, which is saving £260,000 over the MTFS period, as well as other diversified investment opportunities. And this includes actively seeking green investment opportunities, because responding to the climate emergency, as I said before, is not a project that sits in one portfolio or with one team of officers. We are also planning for our financial future through our commercialisation programme. Our officers provide great levels of service, and this is recognised by those outside the borough, which can bring in additional income through shared and traded services. So, Madam Mayor, in summary, this is a robust budget and financial strategy that will truly benefit the residents of our borough. Some difficult decisions have been made and taken to members of the public for consultation, but the overwhelming focus has been on ensuring our services are as efficient as possible and maximising the generation of further income where possible. This strong budget has not been developed by accident or without thought, or even because we have run out of ideas, as has been suggested across the chamber. Indeed, my cabinet members will testify that I locked them in a room with a large spreadsheet on more than one occasion, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their support, as well as repeating my thanks for all of the officers involved in creating what you have before you, including the new look MTFS, which I hope you all enjoyed reading. Madam Mayor, I second both the Council Plan and the Medium-Term Financial Strategy and Budget Update Report and commend them both to Council for support.
Thank you very much. So we've had a proposer and a seconder. It seems sensible at this stage, so that we know what we're debating and voting on, if we take the amendment now, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So while it's good to see some provision for a climate change revenue reserve, we feel very strongly that £500,000 isn't nearly enough, given the emergency. The proposal is to double that to £1 million, and that will come out of our reserves. Reserves are things where we save up for a rainy day. We've had a lot of those lately, and that's down to climate change. We've got 5 years, with less than 5 years now, to make the council carbon neutral. It reminds me very much of that David Bowie song, 5 years. It's serious, guys. We need to act. If we get £1 million set aside, and I would like it to be more, but I'm not altogether sure how much we can put aside, but £1 million's a good starting point, given that we are going from a standing start. We can do things like put in public charging points in places like Brook Street or some of our council estates that have got communal parking. We can seriously look at that. We can start to commit that resource, which is the reason why I have put that proposal on the table, that proposed amendment, and I hope you will all accept it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Seconder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We all work together in achieving our motion on the declaring a climate emergency, and I think that was absolutely brilliant. And as a result of that, our website says the Council agreed in September that action must be taken to work towards making Basingstoke and Deane a carbon neutral borough by 2030. As an organisation, we're aiming to lead the way by setting ourselves a target to deliver services to our residents in a more environmentally friendly way by 2025. We've heard a lot from the members of the public today concerned about the progress and the action that we're actually taking. We often say that the proof of the pudding is in the eating, but the climate change emergency is not a pudding we want to delay taking out of the oven. If we do, our planet, like the pudding, will quite literally be baked Alaska. We don't have very long to take the action we need to make a real difference. Just 10 years to make our 2030 target and just 5 years to make our 2025 target. We need to be quick. We need to be innovative. We need to act. It is vital that we ensure we place sufficient funds in our budget to ensure we can quickly respond to new ideas and implement them without delay. Failing to do so is like supergluing the oven door shut. It guarantees the pudding or the planet will burn. That is why we need to pass this amendment. We owe it to ourselves and to our future generations. I commend this amendment to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Rattigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on the two amendments, I totally accept that we weren't ambitious enough, and I accept that £1 million will allow us to create a greater ambition. But I say to all of you, both those in this chamber and outside, you need to bring the right projects forward so as we can meet that ambition and achieve what we want as a borough. So I am happy in that amendment. On your amendment on the capital programme, as long as we can focus on EV charging.
Sorry, Councillor, we haven't got to that one yet. Can you do that when we get there? Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Yes, Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a welcome amendment in terms of putting more money towards climate change, but of course, money in the bank doesn't solve the problem. You need action, you need ideas, and you need a bit of leadership to make these things happen. So whilst it's a welcome improvement to the budget, whether it will actually tackle climate change is a little bit harder to tell. So I'll certainly support the amendment. The problem is, of course, all the other bad stuff in the budget will still be there with this amendment. There's still nothing about social housing, there will still be cuts to services, and we still have a deficit coming up in the future, and we're not sure what's going to be cut to pay for that. So I will support it as it improves the budget, but doesn't improve it enough for me to be able to support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand you're looking for a project. I'll give you one. We've got community buildings out there. We need solar panels on them. Most of the community out there can't afford them. We've had, I think Brookvale's got one, and it's been marvellous down there. They've saved a lot of money and it works well. Rutskin, we've got a leaky roof. We've got to wait till next year to get it fixed. Whereas by now, we should be having solar panels on all our buildings, but we should be looking after our communities, which is our community buildings, where people live. And I think if you want a project, some of that money can go towards that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Regan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I like quoting a favourite politician of mine from the 80s, Margaret Thatcher. She described the economy as a great car economy in the 80s, and there is absolutely nothing any different today. It's still a great car economy, and there's nothing in the budget or the policies of this council that deters that. And I will say about buses, and specifically, you might see my letter today, we declare a climate change, climate emergency, lovely headlines, then we cut the bus service. We cut the 3B bus service, which now leaves the vulnerable, the elderly, and even those who just want to leave their cars at home to use cars. So the car will increase, car usage will no doubt increase with the policies of cutting bus services. We've had 10 years of it. 10 years of bus services being cut. And now Boris is turning around saying it's 50 billion or 50 million. And are we going to bid for some of that? I think not. I'd like to say how many people here last used the bus? At least once or twice a week. Probably very few. Probably Councillor Grant and myself. Thank you very much. So I'd like to see some of the money spent, and I will say, restore the 3B bus service and actually reroute the number 4 so it does serve the Morrisons, the cemetery, the Essex Road Doctor's Surgery. And I'll take note that Councillor Raphael said buses is not the answer. We're certainly cutting them, it's not the answer, so restore the 3B bus.
Thank you very much. We've got no more speakers. Before I return to Councillor McCormack, I'm sensing unanimous agreement here. Are we agreed that we will all support this amendment? Agreed? Okay, thank you very much. That saves a bit of time. So we'll now return to the substantive recommendations. That's the council plan and budget, which now incorporates that amendment. Do we have any speakers? Yes, Councillor Bound.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To all of us, including my colleague here with the new nickname of Cuddly Ken, nothing is more important than keeping our residents safe and healthy. We continue to work hard to reduce crime, disorder and antisocial behaviour. We're grateful for all the work of our partners, the police, the fire and other services. Our Safer North Hampshire Community Safety Partnership is recognised as best in class. In addition to the recruitment and training pipeline of 600 new police officers announced by our Chief Constable and Police and Crime Commissioner, it is important that we continue to do our part. We have a council priority in our new plan to improve safety, and we have demonstrated that we take that priority seriously by increasing the number of CSPOs by over 20%. We are all proud of their work, that I know, their commitment and their skills at dealing with difficult issues to achieve the best possible outcomes for all of our communities. We continue to plan to invest in our communities in other ways, improving community and cultural facilities, giving much needed support to organisations delivering services that are needed, wanted and valued by our residents. One of the loudest messages that we hear, clear and crystal, is the need for a new hospital. It is a privilege for me to be working with our health colleagues at the Hospital Trust, the clinical commissioning groups, County Council and neighbouring local authorities to make this happen. There are clearly processes that need to be carried out to support an investment in the scale of approximately 500 to 600 million pounds, but everyone knows the right answer is a new expanded general hospital with cancer treatment centre here in Basingstoke for North and Mid Hants. It is for this reason that I fully support the plan and this budget. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Michael Westbrook.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, our council has seen its funding reduced in excess of £4 million by central government over the last 5 years. All local authorities continue to face austerity, despite promises on December the 12th by the Prime Minister that things will be better. I'm not sure that Sajid Javid agrees with that. Focusing on this budget, Madam Mayor, one of the major concerns in the recent resident survey is provision of parking. Our ward of Brookvale and Kings Furlong, Madam Mayor, is within walking distance of the town centre. We fear that the proposed changes to parking in the town will lead to an increase of on-street parking in our residential areas, heaping more pressure on areas that have already reached their current capacity. And that resident survey, which should be this council's guiding hand, makes interesting reading. Residents have understandably agreed with the aspirations in the council plan. Nothing wrong with that, but they are only aspirations. Residents also point out the top 5 factors they believe make somewhere a good place to live. But let's be clear, before the leader gets too excited, residents aren't saying those 5 factors have been achieved. One of the 5 factors was the level of crime and antisocial behaviour. Members will recall, Madam Mayor, I brought a motion to Council back in 2018 which asked for greater support in making our communities safer. It was well received and had overwhelming support from members with some passionate speeches too. It asked Council to review our current CSPO operation and ensure it is adequately supported. As councillors, we know only too well the current level of anxiety expressed by Basingstoke residents to the recent spate of worrying incidents. Whilst this council has no direct powers over policing, the key priorities of our council plan are to improve our residents' quality of life and support a borough all feel safe in. Since 2010, we've relied on the invaluable services of our CSPOs to help give residents some assurance. They are accredited by the police and already perform many roles within our wards. They work closely with police officers, local shopkeepers, schools and residents to help reduce crime, improve community safety and provide reassurance. We all recognise the commitment and professionalism of our police and wish to do what we can as a council to support them in their duties during these difficult times. It's pleasing then for our residents, both urban and rural, to see a line in this budget that allocates £100,000 for community safety. This was something my motion and our residents had hoped to see. Councillors proposing something that residents were really worried about and seeing in this budget somebody has actually listened. This will also go some way to address concerns in the resident survey where only 41% of people believe they're able to influence decisions affecting their local area. So because of that allocated £100,000 towards community safety, I will be supporting this budget on behalf of my residents in Brookvale and Kings Furlong and the wider community.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eaches. No? Councillor Isaac.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This council plan and budget proposals prove that this borough remains in capable hands. A Conservative administration that has a clear deliverable vision for the years ahead that matches our residents' priorities and one that will build on the progress made in recent years. And one whose success is now so evident in the changing face of Basingstoke, brought about by the millions of pounds of investment into new homes, highways improvements, offices and commercial premises with the jobs these bring and the new facilities our residents wanted, like the newly opened hotel at Basingview. The borough has recovered its self-confidence, its bounce, and is booming once again. There are many positive indicators. Resident satisfaction is high, even by national standards, and people think this council does a good job. Again, for another year, there are no cuts in core council services. The new homes needed are being built. 2,583 over the past 3 years, including 792 affordable, and many down, able to deliver a third of our housing needs under the local plan, is now finally going to DC committee. To help younger residents buy their first home, we've recently launched our home loan scheme. And reflecting our success in attracting new business investment, our business rates will go up by £650,000 this year, if only we retain more than the current 5% of business rates. We are also investing in the way this council provides services so we can speed up processes and improve customer access. Alert to the challenges facing town centres everywhere, we will be bringing forward a master plan to make the beating heart of our borough even more attractive and at the forefront of shopping, food and leisure experience. After legal delays, we can now move ahead with what will be an amazing transformation of our leisure park. Recognising the climate change threat, we're putting in place in this budget definite measures, including 100% renewable energy for our council buildings, switching to low-emission operational vehicles, and switching to low-emission operational vehicles, the two biggest contributors to our own CO2 emissions. By contrast, opposition parties provide no constructive or sound new ideas. Indeed, they are more divided and lacking in relevance than ever. Half of its councillors fled the Labour group in December to become independents, including, astonishingly, the then leader and former deputy leader. People who had been lifelong party supporters. What brought about this remarkable awakening and realisation? It's unclear. Is it because the Basingstoke Labour Party has been captured by momentum? Which socialist policies do the new independents no longer believe in, and which ones do they continue to support? They can't have abandoned all of them. With the Labour group nationally and locally in denial about Corbynism, and it seems tonight from Councillor McCormack, anxious to write big ratepayer cheques so that we can run football clubs and ice rinks, presumably at vast costs for the future, and Councillor Cormack, we get a very good return. We will get a very good return by investing in Eli Lilly's new building, which is what pays for our services, and it keeps jobs in the borough. The independents will no doubt be debating what they can all agree on, at least for the time being, until they get a better idea. It all points to indecision and lack of direction on that side of the chamber. The Liberal Democrats are, of course, used to setbacks and are, as usual, gamely putting on a good show, pretending that recent massive errors of judgment didn't happen, or at least will soon be forgotten by the public. Somehow I doubt it. But to return to the real world, these proposals have my full support because at their core, they firstly have the priority of continuing to serve our residents very well, and secondly, ensure that new investment, jobs, healthcare facilities, protection of the environment and new homes will be provided to ensure an even better borough in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vox, your maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I've realised this is my first budget meeting and it's a good idea to speak so I can stand up. In these challenging economic times, with reduced levels of grants and historically low interest rates and increasing pressures on council resources, I welcome this medium-term financial strategy and accompanying budget. It shows the borough's and this administration's strengths of sound financial management and investment. This strategy will enhance our borough's assets, our leisure and sporting facilities, and address our climate emergency priorities.
I am pleased to see that the MTFS sets out our commitment to maintaining our buildings, including the community centre in Tadley. This well-loved and thriving community facility provides a wealth of opportunities for all ages and interests, from weekly coffee mornings for older people, like me, to children's films during half-terms and holidays, and it has a dedicated building for young people. The investment in 2.5 full-time equivalent, hopefully that sounds good to other people. To me, it means a couple of people. Community safety patrol officers is also very welcome. Antisocial behaviour is a problem in all of our communities. However, our CSPOs, while working side by side with our police colleagues, have the time to get to know the local landscape, work with local businesses, and understand the local youth hotspots around Tadley. While ASB will undoubtedly continue to be a challenge for us all, it has reduced by 10% year on year in Tadley, which is to be celebrated. We have also recently experienced a prolonged period of criminal damage in Tadley. While for some the damage may have seemed minor, it has been very distressing and costly for many people and businesses. Our CSPOs, with the support of the local community, were able to provide the police with critical help and support, leading to a police operation which has disrupted this pattern of criminal behaviour. Madam Mayor, maintaining and improving our leisure and sporting facilities are vital to support thriving, healthy communities. Following the borough's welcome investment in the popular fitness suite at the Tadley Pool facility and in our local Tadley football ground stadium at Barlow's Park, I am pleased to see further funding in this budget to improve the football kickabout area and provide more goalposts at Tadley Southdown Park. There is also funding to improve play areas, which Tadley sorely needs. The proposal to introduce modest councillor community grants will provide councillors with opportunities to support local groups and projects, often small amounts of money which can make a massive difference to a highly valued local group or initiative. So in summary, I feel that this strategy sets out a compelling programme of work which will continue to enhance the borough with its diverse geography and communities as a great place to live, work and enjoy our leisure time, not just next year, but well into the future. And finally, I would just like to thank our borough staff for their hard work and dedication in preparing these very complex documents. Thank you.
Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This medium-term financial strategy is a nice document. I'm not on the right.
No, you're on there. You're on there.
Oh, do I have to start again then? No. Oh. No, thank you. I'll sit down then, shall I? So this medium-term financial strategy is a nice glossy document which would be seen in all the corporate offices around the country. But it's got no detail. It's got no budget book. The 20 years I've been a councillor, I've never gone to a annual council meeting and not seen a budget book. Where are the department portfolio outturns? This council wants to cut 1.42 million in efficiency savings and increased fees for next year. Where are the details for that? There's nothing to be seen. And by 2023, we want to save 6.6 million. So again, where is the details in these documents? I don't see any. How can a councillor approve this particular medium-term strategy with no details? So I was alarmed at this last night, so I thought I'd done a bit of digging. And I looked at scrutiny meeting and the cabinet meeting in November, and I found some little snippets of what this council is actually going to do for the next financial year. So we're going to increase 10% bulky waste. That's really great, isn't it? All the fly tipping, that's really going to decrease fly tipping. Shuttle bus increases for children of 50%. So we're making the children who use the shuttle bus pay 50% more to balance our books. Parking permits
permits for market traders going up by 94%. So the market has now established itself, and now we want to see them increase their parking permits by 94%. It's ridiculous. So I listened to Councillor Golding. She's left the chamber, but she said we'll be getting further communications after this particular meeting, and it says this in this particular budget book. So I feel very uneasy about that. How can we approve something, then we're going to get further communication about budget details? And again, scrutiny. There's no mention of the £200,000, which was paid out to 2 senior officers of this council. One of them was in position for less than a year. That's 3% of our council tax. Where is the scrutiny of that, Madam Mayor? The council leader talked about, let's reflect what's happened in this particular year. We had the bin chaos. I mean, it was a borough council regenerated issue. The council was slow to react, as already mentioned tonight by previous councillors. Our email bins were full up of complaints from residents that the bins were not being emptied. And we had to deal with it as councillors, which the officers dealt with to the best of their ability. So where are we going with this council? We're getting chronic overdevelopment, as Councillor Tilbury's already said. We've got an infrastructure that can't cope with this massive development. Where I live, in Hatchwarren and Kempshire, we've got 2,000 homes already there being planned. But that's before many down south comes on to the agenda. Basingstoke would not be a great place to live with all this massive development. I mean, in Hatchwarren and Kempshire, we have the Old Down, lovely area, ancient woodland, lovely floral area. We're now building hundreds of homes on top of it, and it's going to have an environmental impact on that ancient woodland. I mean, the council should really think about what's going to happen. I mean, it's very well for Councillor Raphael to shake his head, but if you're building 2,000 houses around an ancient woodland and the Old Down, which is a historic floral place, is going to have an impact. So, and when this, the golf club went to EPH, who are we actually building these houses for? I mean, 60% market rent, and the majority of those market rent are going to be 4-bedroom houses, probably at £400,000, £500,000, £600,000 plus. Not for the people of Basingstoke, not for my children. We can't afford to live there. And then we have in the town centre, we have permitted developments, building the slums of tomorrow. So these permitted developments, they get away with no SIL, no 106, no contributions to this borough. So it's an absolute disgrace. So summing up, so I don't think the future is particularly bright for the people of Basingstoke if we support this budget and we carry on with this massive development without the infrastructure not to support it. I cannot support a budget without a detailed budget book, so I will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tristan Robinson.
Thank you. Sorry.
Can you switch it? Thank you.
No? Yes. We on? Yes, good. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This council plan and budget is for the ambition of our residents. It's for the ambition of our borough and an opportunity for us to say to them, we are on your side. Rooted in high quality services, this budget delivers for residents. Weekly bin collections, CSPOs, sport and leisure investment, community facilities and record affordable housing delivery, all for 35p a day. Basingstoke and Deane will continue to have the lowest Band D council tax of any shire district in the country and one of the highest spend per heads. Over the past year, we've seen some great successes. 414 affordable homes delivered, 38% over the target of 300. That's 2.5 times the affordable housing delivery of Labour-run Reading, and it's 31% more than Lib Dem run Winchester. Yeah. Thanks to our work with partners and the huge efforts of the voluntary sector in partnership with the council, we've seen the number of rough sleepers fall in our borough from 15 down to 8 in the last year. Overall, an 81% reduction since 2016. We've also launched the landmark Own Home Loan scheme, where young people can apply to get on the housing ladder, achieving their dream of home ownership. Last year alone, the Conservative administration at this council invested over £2.7 million into sport, leisure and community facilities, from grants of £1,000 for new heaters at Monk Sherborne Village Hall, to £40,000 for improved drainage at Sherborne St John football pitches, or £134,000 for a new artificial hockey pitch at Down Grange. We are committed to supporting sport and leisure for all. But this isn't about sitting on our laurels. Moving forward, we want to strengthen our communities, protect our environment, fight crime and plan for the future. We will continue to invest not just on existing provision, but with major projects like the regeneration of Basingstoke Leisure Park as a regional destination, giving residents access to the best leisure facilities around. We will respond to the climate emergency, ensuring the council goes net zero by 2025. We've allocated funding in the budget for new wildflower meadows on the key access points to Basingstoke, improving biodiversity and improving local habitats. We're committed to fighting crime, and that's why there's funding in the budget for more CSPOs, freeing up capacity for the town and providing a bespoke rural beat to tackle rural crime. We're also creating a new community grant scheme, which will allow parishes and resident groups to access funding for smaller projects more easily. In my portfolio, we've received funding for Housing First, which will take the most entrenched rough sleepers off the street and build a bespoke support package around them to improve their lives for the better. Over the next year, a Conservative administration will create opportunities for all residents across Basingstoke and Deane. Whether that's the opportunity for young people to get onto the housing ladder or supporting our most vulnerable residents by eradicating rough sleeping by 2024, this administration has made a commitment to its residents, and this budget will allow us to deliver. I urge everybody to vote for it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be very brief. This council plan and budget before us this evening underpins this administration's commitment to ensuring our residents have a great quality of life and live in a town they can be extremely proud of. Without the careful management of our finances, we wouldn't be able to continue to deliver the high quality services our residents want to see. Weekly bin collections, CSPOs, investment in our sports, leisure and community facilities, enhancements to our parks and open spaces, and many, many other things. We've said it many times before and will continue to do so, as it is something we as an administration can be very proud of. We have one of the lowest council taxes in the country, but still maintain one of the highest spends per head. Again, without the careful financial management of this administration, we likely wouldn't be in a position to make such claims. Our residents tell us they are proud of where they live, and we will continue to ensure that this remains the case. I fully support the council plan and budget before us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kim Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, it's quite pleasing to see that there are at least something that we can agree on as a result of this budget, and that it is in fact government's responsibility at all levels to provide for the welfare of its citizens through the provision of public services. And whilst I think it's admirable that our leader feels that our residents will be going headlong into a bright future, I think the reality is more likely that they are going headlong into an early grave as a result of the news and the statistics that we are seeing coming out about health inequality and the stagnation of life expectancy. Reports that we read about this topic tell us that life expectancy and health inequality is not simply about people's lifestyle choices over burgers, baked beans or salads. It's very much to do with things like rising child poverty, declining education funding, housing affordability or the lack of it, a lack of community facilities like sports, leisure, library, those things that provide for well-being of people. Our horizons are limited. We should be, if we are serious about contributing to the well-being of our community, investing in those things that our community tells us they need. In Basingstoke, we have a child poverty rate of nearly 25% after housing costs. So affordable, truly affordable housing, like council housing, is a very important thing that we should be doing. Instead, we allow this continuing Conservative policy of austerity to limit our horizons for the future. And that means we do not serve our residents well, and we do not look after their welfare. The fact is that local government is no longer able to make adequate provision for the well-being of its community. And I quote here from the Times. You talk to local authority after local authority around the country and they say, we can't do any more. We're closing youth centres, we're closing Sure Starts children's centres, libraries, parks, recreation centres, and we can scarcely do what we have to do to fulfil our statutory duty. Well, that's pretty familiar because that's what we've been doing. And although we may be having a budget that keeps us to within our means are not sufficient. And we should not limit our horizons by passively standing by and allowing austerity to continue to limit those means. Austerity is a political choice, and I would ask colleagues in the Conservative Party in this room to commit to lobbying their Conservative colleagues in Parliament to do more to restore the funding to local authorities. In that way, we will be able to set budgets and an economy that truly meets the potential and the horizons instead of what is quite frankly something a little bit wet. We really need you to talk to your government and get our money back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCormick.
Just some points of clarification, seeing as I was named earlier. In terms of where we are with the independent group, I think that's for the independent group to answer. But I'd like to pay tribute to my colleagues in the Labour group who stepped up tremendously since we've lost quite a few of our members, and to welcome one of our own back. Carolyn, you're more than welcome to come back. In terms of where we are with property investment, my comments still stand. I think we need to be mindful of the expectations of our residents, and they expect us as a council to save their football club. We need to have a football club that's performing at least in the Southern League Premier Division level, if not in the National League level. And we also need to have a competitive top-level ice hockey team. And it's incumbent on us, irrespective of what we might think about property portfolios and money, to bear that in mind as the aspirations of our residents. We serve them. We're not just about looking after their money. Running a council is a darn sight more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raphael.
Environment. Part of that priority is improving biodiversity and improving river and landscape quality. Our council has long been involved in protecting the natural environment. We have some fantastic nature reserves and sites of important nature conservation that we look after. We have also worked hard to support the many volunteer groups who maintain these areas. The quality of the work that we do was marked last year by an award from the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management. For us as a local authority, we were highly commended and the runner-up local authority in this national award. The responsibility for the natural environment came to me in 2016. My first task, as members know, was to revamp our overall strategy, our green infrastructure strategy. And I did that because I wanted that whatever we did to have planning weight, because it's obviously part of the local plan. And it is the duality of my cabinet position. On the one hand, I have to find land for new homes, and on the other hand, I have to protect the countryside from development and our green open spaces in the urban areas from being neglected or built upon. It took us about 2 years to get the GIS revamped, and we now have a framework within which we can make some bold decisions and deliver some significant improvements. And I made the commitment to the EPH committee that every year we're going to come back and present an annual report where we can be scrutinised on the work that we are doing and be held to see whether we are fulfilling the GIS standards that the Council has set. So I spent the last 12 to 18 months coming up with a number of initiatives, two of which hopefully I'll be able to tell members about tonight. The first now is this, that we are consulting as we speak on a biodiversity improvement zone for the Hatchwarren and Beggarwood ward, a BIZ as it's become known. For many years, local volunteers have sought to improve biodiversity on council and county council owned public spaces in that particular ward, including along the roadside verges. Those volunteers have planted native chalkland species and plants and watched them flower and grow, hoping that they would continue year in, year out. But the great enemy of this work has been the mower, which routinely cut everything back. It dropped its mowings, thereby enriching the soil and causing the grass to grow and the wildflowers which attract insects to die, as they, of course, prefer poorer soil. So I'd managed, despite the fact that I was told it's probably impossible, to get everyone in the room, including Hampshire County Council. I managed to get our operations team in the room, our natural environment team, and the representatives from the local volunteer groups. And we reached agreement. The council has purchased new mowers that are more sophisticated. They cut and collect the grass. We have reached an agreement on what will be mowed and when and how, and we're now consulting with local residents just in case a particular location should be removed or another one should be included, as well as to explain what this is all about. And I should point out there's no change of access to any of those open spaces by any resident, even if they've got a dog or whatever they want to do in it, they'll still be able to carry on doing it in it. That's lawful, that is. And of course, whilst this may have a cost increase, because of course there's the purchase of the new mowers and the work is more labour intensive, it's hoped that some of that additional cost will be reduced by the change in cutting regime. I'm just watching Councillor Regan in case he's going red about me talking about cuts, but it's a good sort of cutting. All right. Good. Yes. So this is a fantastic project. We aim to build on the volunteer groups and work with local schools so they can see proactive ways of protecting our natural environment and improving biodiversity. It will also build on one of my objectives within the Green Infrastructure strategy, namely to create biodiversity corridors. The project will have at one end Old Dam, which is not being built on, which is not in the project because it's in a different ward, and at the other end Beach Down, which is also not in the project because that's too in a different ward. And we'll be measuring our work to see whether biodiversity increases. And if it does, and if the project works, and if it has local support, then a BIZ could be coming to other wards in due course. And so you know, Madam Mayor, that this isn't something that as I've copied from elsewhere. It doesn't happen elsewhere. This is the first such project in Hampshire. And we can truly say that this council, this Conservative administration, is leading the way in how to improve biodiversity in this county. So I commend this as part of this plan, and as together with the budget, I commend it to all for approval.
Thank you. We've got 4 more speakers. Councillor Freeman.
There we go. Madam Mayor, I would like to speak on this budget. I'm afraid I will not be supporting it. There are precious few details in it, and funding for Winklebury is conspicuous by its absence. In his speech, Councillor Attigan mentioned the regeneration of Buckskin and Winklebury, but with the CIL on many down set to 0%, where is the money going to come from? The money for Winklebury's regeneration and indeed for Buckskin has been promised for many years on the back of Manydown. We were told for ages that we would get, once Manydown was underway, Buckskin and Winklebury would see lots of money for their regeneration. It's just not there, and it's never coming because you've set the contribution to zero. Now, yesterday I attended a regeneration meeting which has been driven by Vivid. They've bought the site up at Fort Hill from Hampshire County Council and are purporting a regeneration of Winklebury. Unfortunately, they appear to have ignored the wishes of all of Winklebury's residents. Because we have no money coming from Manydown, we are at the mercy of what the Vivid planners wish to put there. We can't turn around and say, no, we don't want that. Vivid are going to do it anyway. The CCG have told us they would like to provide Winklebury with an all-singing, all-dancing medical centre along the lines of something like Bromley by Bow. But the tiny space that they've been allocated for this by Vivid is nowhere near going to cover what they wish to provide. Winklebury, Councillor Golding said there are no changes detailed in this budget. Well, there are certainly no changes. Last year there was no money for Winklebury residents, and this year there is no money for Winklebury residents. I will not be supporting this budget because you have not considered the residents in my ward at all, or Buckskin, and across the board. You give money to your pet projects in your wards, but nothing to the people of this borough who the money comes from in the first place. Taxpayers' money is exactly that. It belongs to our residents for their services and not for pet projects like hotels on Basingstoke and New River Retail coming into a leisure park that should be for leisure activities, not some fancy high-end shopping centre.
Thank you. Councillor Waldridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've listened very carefully to everybody who's spoken on the opposite side of the room tonight, and I am extremely disappointed that not one of you have mentioned affordable housing or social housing. Well, definitely not. You said a record of affordable housing, but you've certainly not mentioned social housing. I think there was a mention of mixed tenure and affordable housing. Now, as a housing professional, I can assure you that this affordable housing that has been delivered, much of it does not meet the needs of the residents of the borough. The residents of our borough need proper social housing where they don't need to be reliant on universal credit. A lot of these families, you know, are earning reasonable money, but they still need to be reliant on universal credit, to pay for this housing, and it's just completely unfair. With rents, for a 3-bed property at affordable rates nearing £200 a week, that isn't affordable housing for many residents in our borough. And to hear not one of you mention social housing today, it's just really, really disappointing. It's been mentioned at this side by this group and Councillor Tilbury there, but nobody at that side has mentioned it, and I find it really disappointing. And this is in a year when we've lost, for many, many years, I would say at least 20, we've had an established housing-related support services in this town who supports those in need, who, and it helps them sustain their tenancies. That's been lost this year. There's no such support service in this borough anymore. And that's just been overlooked. And, for that reason, I find it really difficult to support this budget because I don't think, really, you are showing the leadership needed to deliver proper social housing in this borough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In standing to speak on the budget, I want to thank the officers for all the hard work that's gone into producing the paperwork, the support, the reports, the background work, and the work that goes on all year round, really. It isn't just now, when we're debating it in this chamber now. The amount of effort and time that goes into producing this year on year should be commended by us as councillors because of the effort and the work they do. And they're the ones, in my mind, that actually keep this council afloat. They're the ones that make the budget stretch. They're the ones that perform the miracles when government cut the funding to nothing. And we are left looking at our commercial interests and the rents that we get from the various things that we're involved with around the borough for all the other sources of funding that we have. to keep this authority on its feet, just. And I think that challenge going forward is going to be huge. Because yes, the government aren't giving us any more money. Other local authorities around the country are facing that issue. So how this council actually looks after the interests of our residents through the management of the property and investments we have is huge. How you're going to make efficiencies, others would call them cuts, I would call them cuts, that are going to not impact frontline services is going to be really hard over the next few years. And that is a huge challenge for any administration of whatever colour it might be. The truth is, what are you going to cut and how are you going to prevent that actually impacting the issues that our residents care about and the services they receive? It's great we're increasing funding for CSPOs, that's great. I mean, that is a really important area and I welcome that. I welcome the investment and the support for climate change, the efforts that have been suggested around the Chamber. The money's good. Still comes back to the point, what's the action plan going to do? We've heard an awful lot of good words this evening, and over the next year, again, that's going to be put to the test, isn't it, with the action plan, as to really how real will it become for our residents. Again, we're very good at talking about it. Let's do the action. I hope the action plan is as meaningful as it suggests it is in the papers this evening and is added to. Not every side has the bright ideas. There are good ideas on all sides in this chamber for the benefit of our residents. And how we can implement those ideas and see them fulfilled really will make the difference to our residents. So when others talk about national issues of austerity and national issues of cuts, I think about our residents in this borough, in our towns and in our villages, who have seen issues, for example, with the bin collections, because we went for the cheapest, who have seen issues, for example, with our local plan and our housing and our development policies, when we continue to house families in flats or 4 flights of stairs because our development policies don't prevent that, and our housing allocations policy certainly doesn't prevent that. When we see infrastructure investment not meet the demands that are required of it, because the residents require buses to get to school when you ship them from one side of town to the other, because we haven't thought through the infrastructure quite as we wanted to or should, but we continue to build the houses. We continue to see developers not take the issue seriously enough, let alone the county council, let alone us as a borough council. So the challenge that presents us, I think, for our local plan is huge. How can the local plan on its own, let alone working in partnership with all the transport strategies, all of the other elements that fit in how this borough will be shaped going forward, how in the world we square that circle is a huge, huge challenge. I think what really matters in terms of a lot of our residents is the day-to-day services they see from our council. And I want to see more investment in those day-to-day services. The operations staff, the street care staff, they do an amazing job. They really do. But simply putting the money back that's been cut over recent years isn't going to solve the problem. We need to see a year-on-year sustained increase in investment in those services so that our residents in the environments in which they live, the places in which they live, they see that benefiting them and they feel that is a positive, that they really can say, I take pride in where I live, and so does the Borough Council because it looks after it in the right way. And then we can also turn around to our partners and those other management companies that we're all worried about and afraid about and say, actually, the Borough Council delivers the best service. That really does make a difference to them and matters to them. The issue of consultant spend is something I think of a concern as well. We do need to stop spending so much money on consultants and start employing staff in this borough who we used to have, who was able to do all those jobs. We didn't need to go out for all those consultants historically. We need to invest in the skills of our staff in this place to do those sorts of jobs for us, instead of spending hundreds of thousands of pounds on consultants at the end of the day who come back and tell us probably what we already knew in the first place. In those respects, I think it's just money poured down the wrong way. It really is. And we need to take control of that again as a local authority and show our skills and ability as a local authority in that regard. And finally, there are those organisations out there that this authority chooses not to support at all. And I'm thinking of the furniture project as a really good example. We make them pay for their rent. We really make them pay for their rent when we should not. And in fact, they're using the support from Berkshire that they get to pay the rent to us to stay in our borough. I mean, isn't that ironic and isn't that wrong? Let's look at that as an issue where we have an excellent organisation that does huge good work in our borough, that deserves our support. Why in the world are we choosing not to support it? Why are we making them pay thousands for their rent and they're relying on another local authority to help them pay that? That's wrong. So there are good things in this budget. I'm not trashing it at all. I'm saying there are good things in this budget, but it could do far more and should do far more. And what colleagues have raised across the chamber this evening are concerns that need to be taken beyond this debate tonight into committees, into work action programmes, into what our officers do, so that our residents get the very best out of all of us and the very best out of this council. And they really can then be proud of the borough in the way that we all want them to be.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Councillor Phillimore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to start by saying I'm quite relaxed about being an independent. My residents will judge me in May to what I do in the ward, and I'm happy with that. And if they vote me out, they vote me out. But if they keep me there, I'm doing the just something right. So, where are we? If we're independent, we don't have to follow a dogmatic approach of national politics. So over this side we have this, it's not so much a housing policy, it's social engineering really. What they're trying to do is thinking that everybody that's got this aspiration to own their house is going to vote Conservative. But it's leaving people behind. It's leaving people behind who 80% of market value is not affordable. Where are we going to house people that have been deemed lately as low-skilled workers? These people are doing a decent job in our borough. They need to be looked after. They don't need to be fobbed off in flatted developments, in estates where management fees only keep going up and up and up. They don't adopt the roads. So effectively, I'm not really for all this housing side of the budget at all. Going back to the actual side of the budgetary efficiency that Councillor Golding mentioned, I can only support what Councillor Watts has said about where was the budget efficiency when we spent all this money just paying off two of our officers. I don't think I'll be supporting this budget.
Thank you. Just before I ask Councillor Rattigan to sum up, it's coming up to 9:30. Are we agreed to go ahead to the end of the agenda? Agreed? Thank you very much. So over to you again, Councillor Rattigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, councillors from all sides of the chamber. I just want to say a few things on what's been said. Firstly, to Councillor Tilbury, look back but don't stare. I don't like where we're starting from. Nobody does. But the reality is we have to make the best of where we are and carry on and find a way forward. And you are slightly like a wayward friend who hasn't seen an a la carte menu before and wants to choose everything that's the most expensive on it. I don't think that's the way forward for us as a council. You also said that Basing View is empty and unloved. Well, that's totally not true. There are 4,000 to 5,000 people who work on that huge, wonderful site that's getting better with the provision of better offices for Sovereign, for the MOD in Southern Cross, for having a hotel there that's visited, for a gym, for the facilities it provides for the businesses who use it. I go to Basing View and I understand where this borough is going. I see the energy and the vibrancy, and I am hopeful for that future. There is no doubt that we need good jobs to pay for the housing that our young want to aspire to. And let's be honest, we've got to give them that aspiration. I interact with all of the big businesses in this borough. I've been to Sainsbury's, got cold in the sheds. I've been to Tech Data, where the young are all vibrant. A lot of them earning 40, 50,000 pounds a year as 26, 27-year-olds. These are great jobs here, and these are businesses that are expanding. Thermo Fisher are putting on another piece on their business in Wade Road. That expansion is millions of pounds. They employ scientists and people with degrees, and they've come to school here, they've gone away for university, and are coming back
for great jobs. They will be able to afford the houses that we build with the choices that we will offer. Yesterday, because I do take examples from other people about regeneration, I was in West London with Labour councillors there, asking them how they do regeneration and how some of the wards that you represent can be improved, can be bettered, and can provide the residents of those accommodation with a better standard of living. It might mean that we have to decant them for a period of time to build them an environment that they look forward to living the next 50 years in. But I'm happy to take examples from other people. I'm not scared to go out and get the best for this borough, even if it means sometimes swallowing my pride and saying, I don't know. Because that's the reality of being in politics. You don't know everything. I agree with Councillor Kim Taylor. There is a requirement for this borough and for the south of England to get fairer funding for our residents. It's not right that our child in our schools don't receive the same amount of money as a child in a school in Southampton or in Sunderland or in any other part of this country. Each child should be worth the same so as the teachers know what they can work to and can get the support that surrounds them. There is no doubt that we require so much more. And I promise you, as leader of this administration, that I will go out and look for ways to improving things. And to give you one final example, I am promoting 100% social rented housing in Tadley through Vivid at Tadley Town Council on Monday night to ensure people on our housing list get the accommodation that they need in a place that hasn't properly built housing for many, many years. I commend all of the comments because I know all of us have the best interests of our residents at heart, but the administration genuinely has a council plan that can be supported and a budget that maintains it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to return to what I just said, just for clarity, and in case anyone's panicking that this meeting might go on forever, are we all agreed that we'll go till 11 o'clock and then we'll see where we've got to, and we will then all agree again if we want to go on? Okay? Agreed? Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll now go to the two votes. First of all, we'll be voting for the council plan. So let's do that one first, please.
Are we doing it with the buttons?
Yes.
Oh, we should be okay now. Just like... It's good. I'm not surprised, really, with the amendment that's sitting.
Has everybody voted who wants to vote? There seem to be two people. Oh, there are two people missing. Okay, so I think we've finished now, have we? Very good. So that is carried. Thank you very much. We now move on to the second vote on the budget, and that one is going to be recorded. So this is, as you see on pages 88 and 89 of the order paper, there are various recommendations. And also will incorporate the amendment, which is effectively doubling the amount reserved for climate change. And that's all been adjusted by our S151 officer to be reflected in the figures. Is that clear? Okay, so this is the vote on the budget. Okay, that's been carried as well. Thank you very much. So moving on to item 11 on the agenda, Capital Programme Update and Strategy Report for 2019-20 to 2023-24 on pages 205 to 252 of the papers. Introduced by Councillor Golding. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Capital Programme Strategy sees proposed investments of nearly £40 million in the coming financial year, going up to a total of £88.45 million over the medium-term financial strategy period. The strategy provides a balanced programme of capital investment while also planning for long-term capital investment. The plan provides a framework in which projects can be prioritised in delivering. This capital programme will hopefully tonight be approved by full council, and delivery will then be monitored by the Capital Board as well as pre-existing capital reports. The capital programme is a vital way of investing in our local communities within the borough, and as I have already said this evening, the ability to do this is possible through our rigorous financial planning and management. We have made a step change to the capital programme this year, and it now only contains fully costed projects. The natural result of this is that the projected spend in future years has gone down, but it is expected that these will be added to as projects come forward. The capital programme is a live document, and that can only be changed by full council, thereby giving greater oversight of capital spending to members, as well as including approval to spend money on the identified schemes tonight. Some will have noticed that there are not currently any large climate emergency related items in this programme. This is because we no longer hold provisions. It's not a reflection that it is a low priority to this administration. Work is well underway, and as worked up schemes come forward that will benefit the residents of Basingstoke and Deane and support the climate agenda, these will come to full council and appropriate funding can be allocated. If this paper is voted through tonight, it will improve investments that matter to our residents, from refurbished changing rooms at the Fieldgate Centre to a safer BMX track at Downgrange, alongside numerous improvements to local play parks. And we shouldn't underestimate the importance of such schemes within our borough. We have listened to local people and councillors on all sides of this chamber to identify where the investments are needed and to develop those schemes. And we should acknowledge that these are not investments that every district council is able to make, but our management of our investments mean that we can. The capital programme also focuses on providing resource for transformation of council services. It is an ambitious programme linked to the council plan priorities and means that we can better meet the expectations of our residents and businesses within the borough. Strategic capital investments are an additional key part of this process. Long-term projects need long-term plans so that they can have the financial security needed to deliver larger schemes that will benefit our residents. The plan before you provides this security so that our borough can continue to thrive in the long term. Madam Mayor, you've already heard quite a lot from me this evening, and you will hear more later, so I will not use all of my time this evening. But I propose the capital programme and ask the council to support it.
And do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Isett, thank you. Do you want to speak now or later?
No, if I may reserve.
Thank you. So it seems an appropriate time now to ask Councillor McCormick if you'd propose your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is kind of linked to the first one, because a lot of us have all sorts of complaints in our ward, but if you do a top 5, chances are parking is in there every year, year after year. Parking and crime, they're almost always in there. Now, while additional CSPOs are welcome, it's only really scratching the surface of the crime problem. We need more police, and that's out with our power as a council, is within the power of government. Parking, we do have a scheme. It's a prioritised scheme. It's been in place since 2005. It's going on at a glacial pace. There's over 400 roads in it. It will take, current reckoning, about another 25 years to complete. So my proposal is quite simple: to effectively double the budget to expedite this programme. And one of the reasons why I want to do this is because with the climate emergency and with the evidence that we have that our residents are now switching over from petrol and diesel cars to plug-in hybrids and electrics, some of our roads, like some of the Victorian terraced housing streets in the centre of town, some of the council estates, some of the rural areas as well, on-road parking, running a 500-foot cable into the front door is not practicable. So we can use this money in conjunction with the Climate Change Reserve to make a difference to our residents in these areas and start installing public charging. Now, we will need to do this, I understand, in conjunction with the county, but that's an argument we need to take to them. And we need to put our money where our mouth is. So this proposal over 4 years is a relatively modest proposal, but hopefully it will have a big impact on a lot of our residents. And it is coming out of the same reserve as before. So there are, copious notes on the update paper. I do not intend to go through those in excruciating detail. I will just ask for your support on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that seconded?
Yes, can I reserve the right to speak later?
Certainly you may.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else? Yes, Councillor Golding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor McCormick for his speech, because I have to say when I read the amendments, I was a little bit confused, because to prioritise spending money on climate emergency is something I can absolutely agree with. To then make it easier to make people drive cars seemed really counterproductive. However, my suggestion was going to be across the chamber to support your motion, but on the basis that we reprioritise the long list. I do remember the residents of Bliss Close quite well, and there's something in me that can't be truly hard and financial about this, because I have seen the difficulties people have and experience every day with their parking. But we need to reprioritise this list. We need to make sure it's really clearly linked to parking schemes where we can also deliver EV charging. And on that basis, I'm happy to support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Corniesco.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I support the proposal for additional investment in parking provision. Lack of parking spaces is a huge issue across our town, and the conversations I've had with hundreds of residents in Brighton Hill make that clear. And now, with our commitment to being carbon neutral as a borough and as a council, we've got the additional challenge of making sure that our parking spaces are able to accommodate electric vehicles. Providing more money is vital, which is why I support this motion, but it's only part of the solution. We also need to make sure that the work actually happens, and that requires highway engineers. Just a few years ago, there were 5 people in our highways team. Now there are 2.5. That's not sustainable. We need to do more. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Michael Westbrook. No? Okay. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say that since we all seem to be agreed on this, perhaps we could move to the vote and then people can make any of their points they wish to in the substantial debate.
Councillor Ashfield.
Thank you. Whilst I think there is some merit, particularly in Councillor McCormick's update around the electric charging, I won't be supporting the amendment. I still struggle when we have talked about climate emergency to still then be talking about encouraging cars, whether or not they are electric. I have an electric car and I don't have an ability to charge it. I don't have a drive. So I'm speaking as somebody who would probably really welcome this personally. But electric cars are very expensive, and this is an additional 1.2 million that is in effect just going to benefit those people who can afford an electric car, can then afford the benefits of cheaply getting that car around. And I just don't think it's the best £1.2 million that we could spend in this way. I think there are people that are very much committed to the climate emergency that don't think the answer is necessarily in electric vehicles. And I think we aren't the experts here, and I would just like us to take a bit of a step back to actually consider what the long-term strategy is, whether that's solar panels on community buildings or electric vehicles. So I would just urge some caution. I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Fillimore.
Well, contrary to my colleague, I have to say,
We're independent.
Did Councillor McCormick have to declare that he had an electric car? That was a joke, by the way. In Overton, we're grateful to have electricity. But the council's got more charging points than we have. So come on, get your act together.
I wanted to use mine, but Councillor McCormick was using it.
Yeah, so come on, get your act together. If you're going to do this properly, don't. It's not just a town thing; it's a rural thing as well. I mean, we've got a car park. We're waiting to be surfaced properly, Councillor Rattigan, and floodlit, because people won't use it in the winter because it's too dark. So effectively, we need a little bit of infrastructure in there as well.
Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting this. It's eminently sensible. Parking is a big problem, and I'm someone who obviously wants to tackle climate change and has always made efforts to do so. I'm someone who owns a car. It's not an electric car. It should be. Bear in mind the amount of miles I do, but I've got no way of charging it because I can't guarantee being able to park in the same space every day. And that's the thing. My car is actually home nearly every day. I walk tonight, I walk to work every day, I do 1,400 miles a year on a very, very busy year because I walk everywhere, which is the greenest way to go. It doesn't mean I don't have a car though. And actually I'd like more people to leave their cars at home and walk to work, using public transport to get to work. That would be eminently sensible. Clearly in the future we'll all have electric cars, we'll need to charge them, and this is future-proofing our estates and some of our rural areas as well, in terms of having the ability to later on fit electric charging points. Who knows what charging points will look like 10 years from now, but there needs to be space to put them. So I do support this. I think it's very sensible. I think people fail to realise that if you've got problems on roads, there are a lot of roads where emergency vehicles would have serious problems getting down. If you go to places in Brighton Hill, places I see in Winklebury, places I see in Buckskin, even in the newer places like Rooksdown, if an emergency vehicle needs to access, it's really difficult. So actually it's a bit of a public safety issue as well, and that's why I think we should all support this motion, this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I will obviously be supporting this, but what people don't know, and I think most of you do, is on the estates, people are parking on grass verges, things like that. They're all being torn up. There isn't enough room, and I'll be honest, that list we're working off of isn't big enough. I could fill it up with just Buckskin alone. And that's something we as a council should be looking at. Why is it happening? People say to me, well, there's a bit of grass there, we can park on it. I said, well, it ain't no matter of just putting a bit of grit down. You've got to dig it up and it's a standard they want it at. And I think it's something we should actually look at. Follow the list we've got now, but see what needs to be done for the future. We may say, well, perhaps we need to build a car park at each, each estate, so that people, one that's obviously secure, where people can park it and walk home. We have never looked at it, even when we build new houses now. We don't look at the parking, we look at the standards, but we don't look at the parking. And the same thing happens, especially on new estates, Wiltshire Crescent, for instance. It's an absolute nightmare up there. There's supposed to be a bus service when we was originally going to build it. Wouldn't even get a car up there some nights. And plus, we don't put enough pavements in for pedestrians. So when you've got parking there, and the poor people with wheelchairs or prams can't even get off the grass vergy bit, which they call a path, to actually get across the road, they've got to go down here. And it's something we need as a council to look at. Cross-party, properly, not cost-effective, how much money we got. Let's look at it properly. What can we do? So.
Thank you. Councillor Bound.
I wanted to agree with Councillor Jones, but perhaps absolutely look at the really big picture. I agree with Councillor Ashfield. I agree with lots of people here, but we haven't really talked this through. I took the parking in residential areas scheme to CEP, and do you know what? I was a little disappointed by the response I got from the committee when I took it, because no single councillor wanted to talk to me about the criteria. Not a single one of you. So it's very easy to say that now. We had a list of 400 roads. We should absolutely take a step back and look at what the future needs, because I suspect it is electric vehicles, but fundamentally it's potentially going to be about ownership as well, so that it may need to be shared cars rather than individually owned cars, so that we can have these facilities in our communal spaces. So I absolutely support it, but I would recommend also that we look at the whole criteria and think about what the future really means.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, this is probably one of the most difficult issues in our borough for very different reasons, because I don't think there's a street, I know there isn't a street in Norton that doesn't have a parking problem. There isn't an issue in the town, really, that strikes as much controversy as talking about parking and doesn't split neighbour against neighbour or street against street. Because the problem is, if you open up the criteria now, you are going to upset people who have been on that list waiting for parking schemes for years. And how are you going to justify to them that just because you've come up with a brand new set of criteria, they've suddenly got to drop to the bottom of the list where they've been waiting for 10 years for the scheme to come forward because we haven't put enough money into it over those 10 years. And you could spend loads of money on this subject. You could pour money at this. And those parking schemes that have been delivered, that we've seen across our wards, and I've seen them because they've been delivered in my own ward, let alone others, have actually made a huge difference to those streets. They've made life better for those communities because, one, they don't have to park on the verge anymore, they don't have to rip it up anymore because they've suddenly got a parking space they can access. This is a very thorny issue. The other aspect to it is, if you are going to push in the green agenda, which is fine, of course we should, shouldn't we try to get people out of their cars full stop, rather than just simply encouraging more electric vehicles in themselves? Because a lot of them are hybrids, like the one I drive, because I don't have the ability to charge an all-electric car because I can't run it across a public pathway. So I have no access to having an all-electric car, and nor would I ever do in my flat. I can't do it. And if you want to change the law on that and insure me for doing it across a public pathway, that's a different matter, but we aren't going to do that, are we? This has got so much to it that this needs a really careful consideration. The amendment is fine. Support the amendment. How we implement this and how we are fair and just and appropriate to our residents is another matter. So yeah, take a step back and think this through, but I do not want to see the criteria opened up such that some streets are then done over others. We've really got to think carefully about this and the justice that goes with it for those communities that have been waiting a long time for parking schemes, who at the moment are at the top of the list. What happens to them now, just because we may not be able to pour more than 2 or 3 or 4 million at a subject? 1.2 is a good start. I don't say wrong to that. 1.2 is a good start, but it's going to take a lot more than that. It needs to be sustained, Madam Mayor, and I'm not sure how we do that.
Thank you. Councillor Regan.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be talking about buses for a moment. I talk about, I represent, my ward was built in the 60s, even some of it in the 1930s, some in the 50s. So obviously, in them days, there's a car per every other house. Now, we all know there's 3 cars, 2 cars per house. So parking, there's like a lot of councillors here, parking is top of our in tray. I mean, I tell people to go and get the bus. They say, what bus? So they get the car. So nobody in their right mind is going to get out of their car to rely on public transport at the moment. But that's another issue. But I support the amendment because it will put money into parking. I mean, I could take you down Western Way. It's churned up. You see blossom trees all the way down. Now all you see is mud. Mud where the cars are parked there all the way along. Just churning it up because there's not enough parking bays. So there has been money spent on there, but obviously it's endless. But I'll support it because even just, I appeal to you, walk down Western Way. I'll tell you what it is, it's the middle of South Hammersmith. And quite nice houses actually as well. But it used to be blossom trees and trees down there, all gone now, all been churned up for the 4x4s and everything else. So I would say, please vote for the amendment so we can have some money into the parking schemes. I'll come to buses later.
Thank you. Councillor Kim Taylor, you seconded it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've had a lot of interesting contributions, and I totally understand how ironic it appears to say we want more car parking spaces, but at the same time we have a climate emergency and surely we want less cars. But there is a reality in life, and the fact of the matter is we've got cars. We also can't really afford to keep dithering and pushing things into the long grass by saying, let's have a look at this a bit more and a bit more and a bit more, because where will we stop? We could say, well, we can't do anything about this until we've sorted our housing policy out, because the prime reason we have parking problems is because so many young people now have to stay at home with their parents, and therefore there are more cars. At some point, we just have to get on with it. And the reality is that, like many people in my ward, parking is definitely the #1 item in my inbox, usually closely followed by the state of the local environment. I know that lots of other councillors have the same problem. The situation in my ward is such that it is now impossible for many residents, particularly elderly and disabled, who often have to park very considerable distances from their homes in main roads or in other streets. Some of my disabled residents are parking further away than they have to in order to satisfy their mobility assessments. Essential and emergency services experience access difficulties. Our waste services can't deliver the services that the residents want because they struggle to manoeuvre through crowded streets with their big lorries, and so as a result of that, bins get missed or misplaced in the process. A few months ago, I was in one road, Barry Ray, where my residents live, where the fire services were simply unable to progress down the road to the source of the emergency because of the amount of parked cars blocking the way. And these weren't cars from people who lived in that road. They were people who were having to park in that road from other streets because of the problem. The ambulance services regularly struggle in many Brighton Hill roads to get close enough to the homes of the people they're trying to see to. Emergency patients, and I have seen this personally, get trolleyed large distances, sometimes down steep grassy banks in order to get into the ambulance. And that really isn't good enough. And as I say, it might seem odd in the face of the climate emergency to want more parking spaces, but our problems are going to continue unless and until we make massive improvements to public transport in the borough. And we really need to be honest, that is not happening anytime soon, and we have even more cuts to our public transport on the way. In fact, it is going to be more essential to have more parking so that later on, when we get to tackle things like electric charging in public streets where people don't have their own driveways, we can actually deal with that adequately. But again, that doesn't have to be a condition of improving parking now. Our job is to serve our residents and provide them with the services that they badly need, and our financial strategies should reflect that. And I would invite you now to turn to page 187 of your agenda pack. Appendix 6 on that page is a summary of our public consultation responses. And it says here that the top 3 services that should be protected going forward are increasing and improving residential parking. It is clear which services our residents think need improving and protecting, and parking is right on the top of that list. So I believe that if we don't pass this amendment, what we're doing is flying in the face of our residents' stated needs, and I think that would be contemptuous and uncaring of us. And it would essentially mean that we have forgotten why we are here. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCormick, do you want to sum up?
I'll be brief. I note the time. Some very interesting points I think we ought to consider as a council, but I sense in some ways I'm pushing against an open door here, so I'll urge us to move to vote.
Thank you very much. So we'll go to the vote. That's obviously not unanimous this time, so we'll do the electronic voting. This is, just to remind you, this is to the amendment only, to extend the park and access scheme as on the order paper. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. That amendment is carried. So we'll now return to the substantive capital programme update and strategy report, which now incorporates that amendment. Do we have any other speakers apart from Councillor Isaac? Okay. Councillor Tilbury.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Oh.
No, you can do it now.
It's good.
It came on.
It's come on. It keeps playing up this one. Yeah, thank you, man. One of the problems, as Councillor Philip already indicated, is getting the problems that any of these things into the capital programmes, or how we deal with these things there. We had a particular scheme, the car parking over it, and we for years tried to get the mainly the shop staff to use the car park because it's quite a way out of the village and it's a sort of rough car park there, so they would free up space in the village. And we've managed to get them to do that on the promise that they, at some point they would actually put lighting up there, which the borough has sort of been very reluctant to do. The parish council tried to do it through a lift scheme. We spent about 6 months doing that, and then the officers turned around and said, "Oh, you can't apply for a lift scheme as a parish council because it's borough land. It's up to the borough. It's something the borough should do." So we tried it as councillors, which were about 3 months on that, and they said, "Oh, no, actually, you can't really do it this way either, because it's an improvement to borough land. The borough should be doing this, but it's not." So at that point, I raised this with Councillor Rattigan and said, "Oh, well, we're looking into this." That was about 6 months ago. Not much progress on that, but I mean, on the one hand, we've come up with a scheme. We're trying to encourage people to park up there. It's very difficult, particularly a lot of the people who work in the village and go up there at night, and at this time of the year, well, not so much now, 5 o'clock at night, shop staff, mainly women in places like Overton, are having to walk to a very dark car park, and somewhere like the Co-op's open until 10 o'clock at night. It's not a very good prospect walking into a dark car park at that time. So we've tried to get this sort of scheme on there. It could provide an electric charging point, which, as I said, we haven't got one of those in Overton there, despite we've actually got electricity. One of the problems has been getting lighting on there, and the officers did suggest possibly solar power. So quite a good climate change one. We've heard the arguments around how we deal with things like cars, but as Councillor Taylor said, they're not going to go away. I mean, if you read the Eagle Annual, from at this time we were always flying around on like the Jetsons or something like that, or on hover cars. But that hasn't happened either, has it? Cars are going to be here in one form or another for some time. We're not going to suddenly start using the buses unless they're free, basically, and they actually exist. This is the problem. We've got to start doing things about climate change, and things have got to change, but they're not going to change in the short term. But getting cars off the street, and there are all sorts of parking problems. We've got a problem in Overton now where someone's decided to open a camper van business and leave them all over the village. In fact, there's 2 outside my house at this very moment there, parked right up against the junction. When you've got people who behave like that, it's difficult to deal with. But when there isn't even any car parking, people just leave things everywhere. And it's not just a problem in the towns, it's sort of worse in the towns, but it's becoming a problem in the rural areas too. But, you know, so we need somewhere to, how do we look at these things? How do we prioritise them? But it isn't at all clear. And trying to get anything done, it's just taken us 3 years. And, you know, and the people in the village are getting rather fed up with this. They've done their bit by parking outside the village, but they're going to start drifting back pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Court. Feel free to stay seated if you want to.
No, it's all right. I'm getting back to normal. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't quite sure whether to say this under this paper or the previous one, but as the various schemes and things are mentioned in this paper, I thought I'd speak on this one. It could be forgiven, it's all sounded rather depressing tonight. We've heard about the negatives of the football team, we've heard about the ice hockey, but I just wanted to bring up something positive. I've been a councillor for Kempshot for over 25 years now, and the hockey club have always been after another pitch. And to see that that money has now come forward and the pitch is now actually, I think it's more or less completed, and this paper actually addresses phase 2, which I think is excellent news and something very positive, and that is for the, not just for Kempshot, it happens to be in Kempshot, but it's for the whole of the borough. And the other thing that is mentioned on the paper, sort of sport related, is the BMX track. Now, again, for many, many, many years, and I actually met the gentleman that originally started that behind the bushes off the A30. They built it themselves, and they were actually there with diggers refurbishing it about 7 or 8 years ago for their youngsters. And it was all kept quiet because it was on borough land and they weren't really supposed to be there. So it's really good to see that they're now going to get it and it's becoming official. So there's another good news story there. Moving away from sport a little bit and talking about the grants, lift funding and such like, just really to report back that the Kempshot Village Hall received quite a large grant last year. They actually saved up and enough money to have solar panels put on the roof. And it took a bit of convincing the trustees to do it, but they've gone ahead with it and they're now delighted. But as part of the process, they needed to have the windows upgraded because they're all single glazed, so they applied for lift funding, and they've now got that. So people on the other side of the chamber here might say, oh, all the money's coming to Kempshot. Yes, it is, but it's with Kempshot Village Hall. There's a nursery there that houses mainly residents from Buckskin. And if you recall, when I was mayor, one of my charities in Sparrow, they have their community garden at the Village Hall. And Catherine there, she works mainly with disadvantaged and disabled youngsters to grow the food, and she now runs her cooking club. And it's saving the hall an awful lot of money going on to the climate change with the solar panels now, and the electricity pins have gone through the floor, under the floor even. So there's a few good news stories there, and I think it's a good idea that if more public buildings had solar panels on, it could save a lot of money and help the communities. Thank you.
Thank you for the good news. Councillor Bean.
Thank you, Am I flashing? Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This administration has a brilliant track record in investing in our local communities to create positive outcomes. We have invested significantly in sports and leisure over a number of years. Being active creates healthy, happy communities. We want all of our residents to have the opportunity to be able to take part in sport and physical activity, no matter what their age, background or level of ability. Sport and physical activity has proven benefits on physical and mental well-being, as well as helping build stronger communities by bringing people together. We have, over the last 5 years, invested over £1 million in football with projects at Tesbourne School, the Vine School, Winklebury Stadium, Downgrange and more. While some may question our commitment to football in this borough, the factual evidence of continual investment speaks for itself. This year has also seen allocation of £135,000 towards delivering a second sand-based artificial pitch at Downgrange, which can now be enjoyed by the community. An allocation of £40,000 was made to East Woody to support projects for the Bowls Club, Cricket Club, Football Club and Tennis Club. Investments like this enable the improvement of facilities, enhancing the sporting experience of users and the club's ability to grow and provide opportunities for the local community to participate in sport and physical activity. This coming year sees us commit funds to the resurfacing of Downgrange Athletics Track and Field surface, which is highly well used and loved facility in our town. We will also be investing in the Downgrange BMX track, ensuring it is safe for users but continues to be a place where residents of all ages can come free of charge to enjoy the open space on their bikes. This provides only a snapshot and flavour of the investments we have made in sports and leisure and demonstrates our continued commitment to high quality facilities accessible to all. Basingstoke was also recently named as one of the top tech towns in the UK. We have a vibrant and growing tech community, including our incubation hub for high-tech startups delivered through the Set Squared partnership, which is something we can be proud of. We do not intend to stand still and want to be considered as a town that is thriving when it comes to the digital sector, which is why we remain committed to supporting the development of the 5G Living Lab, having recently secured grant funding from the LEP to enable this to happen, committing funding to support the development of this. This administration is ambitious. We want to continue to deliver high-quality services to our residents, investment in our community, whether that's sports and leisure, parks and open spaces. We're also committed to addressing the climate emergency. However, we wouldn't be in a position to do this if it were not for the careful financial management of this administration. I fully support the Capital Programme Update and Strategy Report, which demonstrates our commitment to the people of Basingstoke that we're representing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. After the high-level praise, it's a bit of low-level. What the hell's going on? On page 220, 442, 2021 Pamber Park improvements comprising access, seating bins, whatever they are, and buffer planting, 0.01 million. As a member of the parish council who own that site, I'd like to know, are officers consulting locally on these plans? Because they're supposed to be talking to ward members. They're supposed to be talking to parish councils. Because I know there's already 6 bins on that site. There's certainly no need for any more. So please, can we have consultation before officers start drawing up plans for the site for things that we don't actually need? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Isaac, do you want to speak now?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I will be brief. I think this report reflects the careful custodianship and good management of our finances. There can't be many boroughs across the country that can safely fund a capital programme through to 2023-24 of £88 million. And as we've heard, it does represent good news to a lot of communities. It's great that the people of Kingsclear are going to get improved new changing rooms at the Fieldgate Centre, and that we are able to find £240,000 for play area improvements. We've heard that Councillor Court is delighted about the new pitch for the hockey club and also the BMX track. But I'd also mention those who use the skate park at War Memorial Park are going to be funding for that, for a replacement to the tune of £230,000. So again, I think it demonstrates that the finances of this council are in good hands, and we're using the money wisely and in the interests of our residents.
Thank you. Councillor Golding, do you want to sum up?
Thank you, Mrs. Mayor. I think for speed of the meeting, I will withhold my right to say any more.
Thank you. So we'll go to the vote now. Just to remind you that we're voting on the sevenfold recommendations on page 206, and we'll be incorporating the amendment for the extended park and access scheme that we voted for. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, that's carried. I'm told that I've got to remind you that on page 17 of the update paper, incorporated because of the amendment, etc., that the recommendation at the bottom of the page in a box, that is another knock-on effect of the amendment. Yes, as agreed by our S151, are you? 151. Sue. Okay, thank you. Right, moving on. We're going to take the next two items together. That's the Treasury Management Strategy for 2020-21, which is item 12, and the Capital Investment Strategy for the same year, item 13. And these can be found on pages 253 to 310. Councillor Golding.
Thank you, Mrs. Mayor. As we're already well into a rather long meeting, I'm happy to recommend the Capital Investment Strategy and the Treasury Management Strategy to full council together. As members will see in Chart 1, the Capital Investment Strategy is a high-level, overarching strategy that brings together the Capital Programme Strategy, the Treasury Management Strategy, and the Investment Strategy for non-Treasury funds, which includes service investments such as disabled facilities grants and investment properties. Both strategies before us today strike an appropriate balance between risk and return, with an assurance of underlying security. In the past year, steps have been taken to ensure greater diversity in our Treasury management activity, which makes our finances increasingly robust. We are forecasting a £2.77 million income from our Treasury management investments this current year, with an average return of 1.78%. We will continue to work this fund to ensure a good return on our investments. New initiatives such as the pension prepayment will support this work, which aims for the coming year's investment of £129 million to generate an average 1.98 rate of return. This is not an insignificant challenge, as we need to ensure that the managed funds are both secure and liquid, bringing in the right returns, but also available to be spent when required. For this reason, we are proposing several changes to the Treasury Management Strategy. The inclusion of multi-asset funds offers enhanced returns with less volatility than pure equity funds. Loans to registered providers are also included in the revised strategy. This will enable us to make short-term Treasury investments with organisations with a high credit quality that can return higher returns than investments in gilts or with other local authorities. The updated strategy also includes covered bonds to enable a still greater diversity of investment. We will continue to work all our investments, both capital and Treasury, hard in the coming year. Following the agreed response to the climate emergency, we have actively sought for green investments, and while nothing suitable has yet come forward, we will continue to do this. It should be noted that if such an investment were to be outside of the borough, as is likely, it wouldn't necessarily directly impact on the carbon footprint of Basingstoke and Deane, but would still be the right thing to do as a wider response to climate change. We continue to be a council with no significant external borrowing, with the only current commitment being with the LEP to fund development at Basing View. This is not a position that we should take for granted, and it is once again a testament to our strong financial management that we are in such a positive place. Around us, other authorities are having to take less advantageous loans and are still unable to provide the level of investment in their communities that Basingstoke and Deane achieves. Revenue contributions continue to contribute a proportion of our capital programme, and as such, we must ensure that we maintain these contributions over the coming years. The sad reality is that we can only spend money once, and therefore our spending must benefit our residents, either through direct improvements or by a sufficient interest return that can enable our yearly revenue spend on services. We have done this very well over the past years, and the capital investment strategy will see the administration working with officers to continue this effort. I would like to thank officers again for all their hard work on both the capital investment strategy and the treasury management strategy, as well as all the various documents that sit below them. They are the underlying backbone of our rigorous financial management, and I commend them both to Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have somebody seconding? Thank you, Councillor Isaac. Do you want to speak?
Oh, may I reserve my right to speak
Well,
later?
you may. I haven't got any other speakers at the moment. Is there anybody else who wishes? Oh, Councillor Gardner.
I'll be very brief. As Chair of Audit and Accounts, these strategies came before the committee at our last meeting. Unfortunately, I was not at the meeting, but I have read the report. I have looked at the conclusions that came out of the committee, and it's quite clear that the committee was supportive of the strategy. They made certain comments which were passed on through Cabinet, but we are happy with it, and personally I support it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Isaac, it's over to you. You won't? Okay. Do you want to say anything else, Councillor Golding, in that case? That's very good. We can go to the two votes again this time. So the first one that we're going to be voting on now is the Treasury Management Strategy, which is found on page 253 to 284, and it involves noting that the policy statement is unchanged and to approve the Treasury Management Strategy for this coming year. Sorry, I'm just whispering. Hang on. Sorry about that. Okay, I can't see the screen, but I think that was carried quite well. Okay, right. We'll now go to the voting on the capital investment strategy, and I'm told I have to tell you that on page 17 of the update paper, you will see that there's been a change to the table as a result of the amendment, but that's all been once again ratified and sorted by our S151 officer. So this is the vote on items which can be found on page 285 of the report, the recommendations. Thank you. Okay, that one is carried as well. Let's move on to something non-financial. Item 14, the Climate Emergency Update and Action Plan. This is a report by the Cabinet Member for Environment and Enforcement, and it's on pages 311 to 356. Councillor Eaches.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As councillors will recall, at the meeting in July last year, members unanimously came together to agree that climate change was an urgent issue for us as a council, given the serious harm that it's doing to our planet. In agreeing the motion, which Cabinet then formally endorsed in September, we recognise that we need to take steps now and make plans for the future to ensure that as a service provider we minimise our impact on the environment and that we support and encourage those living, working and visiting our borough to do the same.
The report before you this evening responds to the motion that we all signed up to and sets out the steps we have taken to progress this work area. This includes establishing a map formed of those who moved the motion to drill down into detail on key subject areas such as our fleet of operational vehicles, and our next map in March will be with Councillor Raffel and his map in relation to the local plan and those policies. Bringing together key officers from across the council to form an officer delivery group to look at specific areas of our operations and drive forward improvements. I sit on that group with the officers and it's great how enthusiastic and ambitious they are. Organising a summit of our strategic partners in December to consider not just our own activities as a service provider, but what steps other organisations and leaders in our community are taking to combat climate change. We also now have in post a dedicated climate emergency project manager. We are talking to community groups to support them in delivering grassroots activities and are planning to engage more widely with the town and parish councils in the summer to understand how we can continue to help and support them. Arising from the work to date, I am pleased to report back on some early steps that were taken around climate change, including moving to green energy supplies for the civic offices when our current arrangements come to an end in the autumn. Embedding climate change consideration into reports to councillors to raise awareness of relevant issues in making decisions, as well as taking the opportunity to incorporate this into strategies as they are updated. Having that in a report doesn't sound very much, but it is actually really important because those reports then ensure they go around all parts of the council, all offices, and that climate change and environment really is at the forefront of everything we're doing. We're continuing a programme of improvements over time to reduce emissions both in our offices, such as improved lighting and air cooling linked to our IT rooms, and also working with our partners to improve their lighting. Whilst this has helped to reduce our emissions by around 500 tonnes since 2016-17, we still have a very long way to go. And I'm aware that we will need to take some challenging and ambitious decisions to play out as community leaders. This will include looking at the way we power our fleet of operational vehicles, how staff and councillors carry out their work, and the way that we travel to the offices. This is being considered as part of a smarter ways of working programme and an updated travel plan. However, we all need to take small steps to reduce our impact on the environment and make the use of technology where we can. Aside from these actions, we should also bear in mind that our borough has a fantastic natural environment covering large areas of countryside, and that as a council we manage over 80,000 trees and over 100 hectares of woodland on our own land, whilst managing and maintaining 1,000 hectares of parks and open spaces for our partners. As the borough develops, we'll continue to secure improvements in biodiversity as well as improvements in our green infrastructure more generally, including commissioning work to deliver benefits to the east of Basingstoke, which I'm sure Councillor Raffel will talk more about. Looking ahead, I am pleased that the budget report on this evening's agenda highlights proposals, well, it's now gone through, for an allocation of money for a climate change reserve, which will support relevant related activities to reduce our impact on the environment. Separately, we are supporting funding bids to deliver an improved electric vehicle charging offer in the town centre and the purchase of 2 electric vehicles for use by the parking team. As I'm sure councillors will appreciate, a lot of work has been undertaken to date, but there is so much more that is to be done. Working with fellow MAP members and with the support of the Officers Delivery Group and our newly appointed Climate Emergency Project Manager, we'll be developing a draft climate change and air quality strategy and reporting this to members in the summer, which will outline more around how we aim to meet challenging targets. We must understand that we as a council can do a lot. We can and should be ambitious, but we can't do it all. We have a huge challenge ahead of us, and we need residents, partners and businesses to also all do their bit. I look forward to securing the support of councillors in progressing this work area in the coming months.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think, well, people want to debate. Okay, Councillor Regan. Do you want to speak later to the second? Okay, Councillor Regan.
Thank you, Mayor. I always think, did anybody understand a word of that? Did it mean anything? Not to me. No? It reminds me of when as a disabled person looking for a job, every company would have a disability equality policy. but no one employed any disabled people. We had a policy. So I appeal now, after the bus cuts, if you have a real piece of commitment, a real action, it would be to restore the 3B bus and send the number 4 bus down its right route. I've had emails tonight from people in Woodruff Drive in the Berg Estate. What's climate change mean to them? They can't get to a bus stop. They've rerouted the buses and they've been in bus shelters. I had an appeal last week to get the bus shelters get them moved. They introduced the bus changes without any bus shelters. They got climate change like rain. So I appealed to Councillor Rattigan to rise above the Cabinet in the spirit of bipartisanship, which I've got plenty of at the moment. Meet me and my ward councillors and my proposal and the successor, there to Sean, to discuss ways of introducing funding back to reroute to get the 3B bus going again and cut down car usage and to stop the people getting soaked. And also getting them so they can get a bus to Morrison's and the cemetery and the doctor's surgery. That's real service, that's real policy, that's real action. So I ask you again, Councillor Rattigan, will you meet me?
I think we'll ask Councillor Rattigan to speak next then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Regan. I'd be delighted to join you in discussing buses. As somebody who lost his licence not so long ago and had to take buses, I realise the value of them. And of course, I do use them to come back into town on a regular basis on the number 2. So I know the value of that bus from Tadley through the hospital into town. So you email me, I'll come and meet you and we can discuss the buses, the bus shelter and how often you get splashed from the cars that go past you.
Madam Mayor, I thank the leader and I accept this invitation.
Thank you, noted. Councillor Ashfield.
Okay, climate change. It was a great night back in July, and the map as well has been a great example of us working together. It's been a lot of fun and a lot of open dialogue, and I look forward to the next meeting. I think this sort of going independent thing has maybe sent me a bit mad and not having a whip. So you're all going to probably freak out now with what I'm going to say.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
But half of our carbon emissions as a council come from our fleet of vehicles. Probably the majority of that comes from our refuse vehicles. Now, I appreciate it's a political hot potato, but we do have to have a debate, I think, about alternate weekly collections. If we are serious about climate change, let's talk about it. I would welcome an open mind and a conversation. I have asked the MAP to put together the numbers around climate change to look at what impact it would have, and I would urge everybody to come to it with an open mind. That's not just to say alternate weekly collections done and dusted. It has to come hand in glove with an improvement in recycling rates and recycling opportunities and a real effort to try and reduce waste overall. We have seen some modest increases in recycling rates. I think from what we've seen from the numbers, a lot of that increase has come from the increases in garden waste collection. And it absolutely baffles me that by de-wilding our gardens, we could actually increase our recycling rate. That doesn't kind of sit well. And I know that Councillor Reaches is yet to be convinced on the food collection, but it is something that my residents are asking me about more and more and more. So whilst I know this is going over old ground, for a lot of people, we are here now talking about climate change. And I would just urge everyone to keep an open mind on it on that basis, and that we can have a debate on it from the perspective of climate change, not on costs, And I did say when I put forward that motion back in July that we do have to have difficult conversations with our residents, and that could be around this. It could be around parking. If we're committed to climate change, we actually have to have some pretty courageous conversations with our residents and with each other on a cross-party basis. So that's all I'm saying, is just I'm urging an open mind, and I hope that we get to debate on it. Thank you.
Chloe.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Well, to start with, I would say that I quite agree with Councillor Ashfield that it is something we need to look at again. Since we last looked at it, the agenda's changed. Our focus is different. So, yes, let's have that debate. Let's get out there and discuss it again. Certainly in terms of the vehicles we've got, we're stuck with them now for the length of the contract. I don't think we're going to think some change there, but the frequency of collection can be reduced. So that could be useful. Now, my reason for speaking was looking at the action agenda on page 323. In April, we're talking to community interest groups, and then June, we'll talk to the parish councils. I'd like to see the parish councils involved much earlier, because they are dealing with the residents. Let the residents know what is happening. Let's have some communication so that the residents can see what the borough is planning to do, what the borough is doing, and what they can do to help. Because I think leaving it till the parish council meeting in June is leaving it too late. Let's get in there early.
Thank you. Councillor Fell, do you want to speak now?
Well, Madam Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak. Of course, I second this motion and support it and urge members to, or whatever it is, recommendation, report, whatever. I just should say that I was in a meeting with Councillor Regan and two other councillors, Councillor Keating and Councillor Westbrook, to discuss this mythical bus that he keeps going on about. And of course, we reached a point where we did the best we possibly could, because we're not the relevant authority for all of this, but he said at the end of the process that he still wished we could keep it, and stomped off, and the other two agreed with the solution we came up with. But hey, they're in different parties now, and he's got to bang on about something, and this is what it is. Apparently, there we are. I agree with the point about the bus shelters. That will be resolved, I'm sure, and we said that all along, and he's in correspondence with the relevant officer about that. Now, let's get back to this. You'll see on page 338 that we are using £100,000 to set up an East of Basingstoke Natural Environment Management Plan. And sometimes, and I know members on different issues over the last few years about open spaces and otherwise, sometimes we as councillors, and the residents of course in particular, don't realise how important an area is until it suddenly becomes under threat. And it was about 12, 18 months ago that three of us cabinet members, Councillor Bound dealing with community safety, Councillor Eachus dealing with the operations team and how council-owned land is managed, and myself looking at the natural environment, realised that the area that links Eastrop Park and Blackdown Park to Basing Fen, the area that links Old Common and War Memorial Park to Basing Common and the Grade 1 Crabtree Plantation really had a whole range of issues that there was no overall strategy for dealing with them and no joined up thinking. And frequently issues were just falling off between the different parts of the council or the different portfolios holders' responsibilities. So we decided that we would set up an East of Basingstoke Natural Environment Management Plan that would manage the whole area, particularly looking at, say, water quality and the natural environment in general. We'll look at the connectivity between the areas and the centre of town in terms of paths for walkers and runners and cycle routes, promoting sustainable connections, easing the access to the open spaces on all of the residents of that part of the town and obviously for Basing on their doorsteps, reducing the need to access open spaces by cars. We will look at the connectivity between the play areas at Blackdown, Crabtree, the Lime Pits and Basing House and Eastrop Park. We'll look at the community safety issues that affect the location. We'll look about how we can get back to promoting Basingstoke's older history, the pre-1960 history. one aspect would be that we would like to say at the end of this process, and this is a long-term plan, it's not something that's going to take place overnight, we'd like to be able to say, come to East Rock Park and walk, run or cycle the historic route of the Basingstoke Canal to Basing House. See the beautiful clear water of the River Loddon and the unspoiled wildlife in the Basing Fen. That would be a marvellous ambition that we would, if it could be achieved, and I believe it can be achieved by pooling our resources and pushing this forward. We have joined, as you heard earlier, and a surprise to all of you, but we have joined the Joint Management Committee of the Basingstoke Canal. The first time ever. We have met with the Basingstoke Canal Society on a number of occasions over the last 2 years. We are firmly committed to capturing the history of the Basingstoke Canal as part of this project and linking it back to Basingstoke by the very least a pathway for walking, running and cycling that follows the route where it's still possible. So this project will benefit the residents of Eastrop, Blackdam and Old Basing, as this is the area of open space that's closest to them. It will benefit those working in Basingview who like to go out running or stretching their legs at lunchtime. It will reconnect the borough to part of its history, but above all, it will improve our natural environment and enhance it for future generations to enjoy.
Councillor Regan.
He's got Councillor Raffels has got he didn't quite remember right what happened at that meeting. Councillor Westbrook was the only person who agreed with it, Mike Westbrook, and the three ward borough councillors, Councillor Watts and Councillor Keating, all disagreed with the proposal.
Okay, I'm sorry, this is my mistake. You've already spoken, Councillor Regan, and I should have...
I'm just putting he said that two of them voted for it.
Okay, thank
so
you.
I'm just telling you, my former friend there, Councillor Westbrook, was the only one who voted for it.
Sorry, it's not true.
Do you need a point of personal explanation, Councillor Raffel?
Oh, yes, I would never have agreed it if it didn't have a majority. Councillor Westbrook, Councillor Keating and Councillor Watts were content that in the difficult circumstances this was the best alternative. Councillor Regan made it abundant. Councillor Regan, nobody can say what he likes. I would never have agreed it and left the meeting with all four of them or three of them discontented.
Well, OK, I don't think we're going to get anywhere just disagreeing across the chamber. So can I move on to Councillor Cousins, please, to bring us back to earth?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to thank Councillor Ashfield because she's right. This is the time to reassess, reevaluate and really think about the difficult choices that we have in front of us in terms of tackling climate change in our borough. And yes, alternate weekly collections is something that we have to bring back to the table. The one thing that I will say about this, which I've continually said since 2012, and the portfolio holder knows what I'm going to say next, is weekly food waste collections. And I know what her response will be, which is, it's a misdemeanor. What will happen is we'll have big uptake at the start, but then people will realise, oh my goodness, I'm wasting so much food that the amount of food waste then reduces down. And do you know what? That might be a good thing for families to realise I'm buying too much. We then reassess, reevaluate and say, you know what? We now no longer need the weekly food waste collection and we can survive on alternate weekly collections. My residents have told me since 2012, please could you look for weekly food waste collections. I've been saying that since 2012. I will continue to say it until we get it. And I know that central government is saying that local authorities will have to look at it. And yes, there is a question of funding, but we should not be scared about looking at trying to find difficult solutions for difficult questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor George.
Anywhere near it anyway, am I? There we go. Members may or may not have heard that we Liberator actually have made a decision not
to continue her proposals to build a major incinerator at Barn Stacey. So that's really good news. They've heard that. And I think it's a good point actually now to really thank all those residents of Whitchurch, Overton, Hurstbourne Priors for all the hard work they put in opposing this, and also for our own team of planners here who actually input to the actual decision-making process. So I think it's really good news from a climate change point of view. On the large debate, I haven't stripped in anything here, but I'd just like to really say that I totally agree. You know, if we're going to make a difference here in terms of climate change, we're going to have to be fairly radical in the way we think about things. But also, what I would ask is, we've all heard about all the issues we have on recycling. And unfortunately, recycling has been very positive in some ways, but also I'm afraid that a lot of recycling waste has turned up where it shouldn't turn up, and in reality, we're not achieving what we're saying we're achieving. And that's one big problem I do have. And I would like to think that when we go to look at those things that we're proposing, that somebody really looks from a very critical view about what is the actual amount of CO2 we are actually saving by these proposals. Electric vehicles sound good, but where do we generate the electricity? It still has to be generated somewhere. How do we generate it? And without generating or changing that electrical generation mix, we're achieving very little. If you take the whole life cycle cost, including putting in all our charging points, that's going to take CO2 emissions, all of these things, it's very good for air quality, but actually, in terms of what it achieves in terms of CO2 emissions, it's marginal. All the things, yes. But really, I would ask that we're very rigorous in looking at the whole cycle savings of CO2 before we make decisions about where we invest and what we do. That's what I would ask.
Thank you. Councillor Eaches, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Could you switch your microphone off, Councillor George?
Thank you. It was just briefly to come back on a couple of points because I was told what my views were and I thought I just probably should clarify them. It was only a year and a half ago that every single member in this chamber had the chance to vote for AWC, but every single one of you chose not to. So we've had that opportunity. We gave all the pros and cons. It's not something I'm against. Residents didn't want it, members didn't want it, but I accept that time's moved on. Food waste, the government are looking at mandating that. So if they do that, then again, AWC is going to have to come on the table, because are we going to have lorry movements of weekly black bin collections and lorry movements of weekly food waste collections? It's probably not good for the environment. It's probably not cost effective, but all of this has to be looked at. We looked at food waste as part of the contract retender. We didn't just cut it down, we looked at it in detail. The point that Councillor Cousins made, that is correct, that was one of the points, but that wasn't the only reason why we didn't go with food waste. There's no need for a food waste collection when we're incinerating, we have a weekly collection. So, and there's lots of different things for food waste, and we could debate it all night, but I'm not totally against it. It just didn't work at the time from an environment perspective and a cost perspective at the time. But it is likely that the government are going to mandate that to come in between 2023 and 2026, and we should hear that quite soon. So all of this does absolutely have to be reviewed, and it's great if we can work cross-party on these things and discuss them.
Thank you. Councillor Freeman.
Just one small point to make with regards to a bi-weekly bin collection. I think we do need to be aware that parents of children who have a lot of nappies or people who look after disabled adults who are incontinent are not going to be able to deal with having that sort of waste in their bin for 2 weeks in the summer. It is going to stink. Plus, there's also another point is I have a friend who lives in flats managed by a housing association, and he would like to recycle, but the flats have no recycling bin. It's up to the housing association to provide one, and they are refusing because the last time they did, it was severely vandalised. So what are his options for recycling? He doesn't drive. He can't exactly fill his rucksack up with his recycling and take it down to the Wade Road tip. So we need to look about how we can help these people access more better recycling facilities.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just think the issue of recycling and the issue of waste is so complicated because it involves so many different elements. It involves housing associations and the Borough Council and the County Council. It involves the Waste Collection Authority and the Waste Disposal Authority. It involves government in terms of government legislation and what we can and we cannot do. It involves what we can put in bins and what we cannot put in bins at the moment. It involves information of people knowing that in the first place. It would be nice to start with a waste collection service that was reliable, but residents continue to have missed bin collections. Even this week there was emails being exchanged with the contact centre with some residents in our ward saying that their green bins have been missed consistently because Serco is still not doing the job properly. And despite telling officers and despite engaging with other councillors, it was still not being resolved. So as much as we might talk about future bin services, the current bin service isn't working for many of our residents at the moment. If we are going to talk about waste, how we collect it and what we do with it, as already been said across the chamber, is critical. How you collect food on a weekly basis, how you avoid waste that will degrade and create smells and create environments for flats and other kinds of living places that are not just houses, but how you deal with HMOs, how you deal with all of those issues, how you deal with bin stalls in flats in particular, when it is Vivid and housing authorities with responsibility for buying bins, and it is our authority's responsibility for setting the standards. There are so many elements to this that need to be looked at carefully that cannot be easily done just simply in one simple meeting. This needs to be looked at properly and deeply and effectively if we're going to do it, and it has so many layers to it if we're going to get it effective. As a Borough Council, we cannot solve this on our own. No way can we solve this on our own. And they'll come back to a very simple point. You cannot in any way, shape or form continue to burn it in the incinerator and think that is green enough, because don't forget what the incinerator produces on the other side of it, which is more carbon footprint at the end of the day. Incinerating waste is not the answer. Sooner or later the county council's got to step up to that and deal with it, because they are the disposal authority. We alone cannot solve this issue, but we have got to work better in partnership with all those other agencies if we are going to truly get the change that other colleagues have spoken about. And I still say we need to think carefully about a weekly food waste collection, because that is what our residents want, and how we deal with recycling and how and what they can recycle. Our recycling banks really work. The fact they're not collected regularly enough, the fact they're not managed properly enough is an issue. The recycling points, recycling banks are still a good thing. And I don't see why we don't invest far more in that. There's much more we can do and should do. I just wish we would deal with it in a way that isn't simply all the borough's responsibility. We are going to have to look at this in partnership in a much more effective way.
Thank you very much. It's been a jolly good debate, lots of good points raised. We're required only to note the 3 points that are made on page 311, which were described by Councillor Eaches. So can I move that we've noted? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, it's nearly 10 to 11, but we've just got one motion, which is maximum 20 minutes. We'll then revisit Councillor Tilbury's proposal, which there's no debate for, and then it's just questions. So can we agree to forge through to the end of the agenda? Agreed? Okay. Is that all right?
Well, do you think you've got a majority thing?
Was it clear?
I'm not clear whether or not we've actually agreed that, because I can see some people going home.
And you might want to say up to a maximum of 11:30, give them the time.
We definitely won't go on beyond 11.
Yeah, 11:30.
So I can't say. We can't possibly say that we can do a motion in 10 minutes. That wouldn't give enough time for it. So I think I'm going to have some hands raised here. I'll say we will finish by 11:30 and get through to the end of the agenda, or we will have to carry it over till the next meeting. So first of all those who would agree to go through to the end of the agenda.
To 11:30.
Okay, to 11:30, but it might be earlier. Who knows? Okay. Right. I think probably our football supporters are really pleased they went home and they're watching this with a cup of cocoa. Right, we have a motion now on Basingstoke Town Community Football Club, and the proposer is Councillor Mark Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to speed things up, I do as per the paper.
Thank you very much. And is it seconded by Councillor?
Yes, Madam Mayor, by me.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Do you want to speak?
Can I reserve my right to speak? Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any? Yes, Councillor Bean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have been working for some time with both Hants FA and Basingstoke Town Community Football Club to ensure that we don't lose a facility at Grade C standard in Basingstoke Town. Those discussions have focused around mitigation measures secured through Section 106 if the Camrose site was awarded planning permission for an alternative use. I do not doubt that the club would secure a better future if they were playing in Basingstoke, and that the circumstances that have led to them playing in Winchester after they were thrown out of the Camrose by the owner are very sad, and that the applicant, Basron, must be held to account and provide like-for-like replacement. In March 2018, the council agreed to a long lease with Hants FA in order to develop the playing surface at Winklebury to a 3G artificial grass pitch from natural turf. A contribution was made by this council to enable this to happen. A condition of the lease was that the facility must be made available to the newly formed community club or similar standard borough clubs, and terms agreed through a management agreement. However, with the current grading of Winklebury at F, works would need to happen to take it to Grade C to satisfy planning requirements for re-provision of sporting facilities from the Camrose site through the planning process. This would need to be done through a Section 106 agreement, and the developer, through the agreed 106 agreement, would need to provide a like-for-like replacement of the Camrose. This administration has a brilliant track record in investing in sports infrastructure, as we recognise the importance and value these assets have in our community and the wide-ranging health and wellbeing benefits sport has on our communities. Council officers, Sport England and the Football Foundation have been working together to inform the detail of the Section 106 on the Camrose development to ensure that suitable mitigation is met for the loss of the Camrose facility. As you can appreciate, this has been challenging, and it is not in the Council's control to expedite the developer's recommendations for re-provision through the LPO process. This process is still ongoing and will be done appropriately via the correct planning process. To reiterate, the applicant must satisfy Sport England's requirement for re-provision. Up until November 2019, it was assumed that the club would either be looking for another possible ground share or stay at Winchester City Football Ground until the Section 106 was finalised and mitigation in place at the Winklebury Stadium. The club were also informed that until planning permission had been submitted on the Winklebury Stadium complex, the planning permission couldn't be determined on the Camrose site as they're both linked. There was some delay in the club putting this application in. This has now been agreed and will inform the Section 106 agreement linked to the Camrose development. This is a really positive step forward in helping the club secure their future in the town. The club has recently advised us that a future outside of the town is no longer sustainable in the short term, as since their removed from the Camrose, their revenue streams have reduced significantly. We absolutely understand that football is an important sport and people are passionate about wanting to keep football in the town. A lot of hard work has gone on behind the scenes to explore a range of options around how we can, within a legal framework, enable clubs to play at Grade D and below in the town, whilst we await a planning decision on the Camrose site and the agreed mitigation. That is why I've announced that I intend to release the use of Section 106 contributions to enhance the facilities at Winklebury Stadium, and subject to some further due diligence around project management and delivery mechanisms, it is hoped that this would be completed towards the end of summer this year. I believe this firmly demonstrates our commitment to sport in Basingstoke. However, I cannot support the motion before us this evening, as it asks us to do everything within our legal powers to make sure a move back to Basingstoke happens. We must hold the developer to account, Basron, and ensure they provide the appropriate mitigation. The club and supporters have been very clear in that they must not be let off the hook and that they must re-provide. To accept a motion like this puts that in jeopardy, and we cannot commit ourselves to this. The motion also asks a report to be brought to the CEP committee about how the council can support the club to achieve Grade C. I understand the interest, however, the re-provision is part of a separate planning process and will be determined by the Development Control Committee. I am, however, happy to provide a report to CEP in due course to provide an update on the Winklebury improvements and an update on the planning process around what this may mean for any mitigation of sporting facilities. I wholeheartedly understand the sentiment behind the motion. Personally, I used to ride my bike to Basingstoke games most Saturday with my brothers and watch. It inspires a younger generation to see clubs performing well. The planned investment in Winklebury will enable clubs and players of all ages across the borough to benefit from top facilities, and I believe confirms this council's and administration's commitment to delivering high-quality sporting facilities, but I cannot support a motion that has the potential to let Basron off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tristan Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This administration is committed to sport and leisure. During 2019, the Council invested over £2.7 million into sport, leisure and community facilities, and as the portfolio holder has just outlined, over £1 million into football in the last 5 years. The story of our town football club is a sad one where the blame is clear. It was not the club, it was not the council who decided to apply for planning permission at the Camrose. It was not the club or the council or the supporters who tore up the football pitches. The blame for the loss of a community facility lies squarely at the door of Basron. As councillors, we are here to represent our residents. We want to help where we can. And that's why I'm pleased to support the portfolio holder in our allocation of £150,000 to improve the facilities at Winklebury, with money that was taken from developers for development in my ward. This will enable Basingstoke Town Community Football Club to play at home again in Basingstoke. Let's be clear though, this is an interim solution. Basron need to cough up. They need to repair what they have broken. They should put this right through the planning process. That is why, while I completely appreciate the sentiment of this motion, I will not be able to vote for it tonight. If we commit to doing everything possible within the law, when the Camrose planning application goes to committee, this commitment could be used against us by the applicant to say that they don't have to provide a facility because the council have committed to provide one themselves. And I am clear that Basron should put this right. I have confidence in our planning committee that they will assess the application in regards to the appropriate policies, CN8 of the local plan, ensuring that proposals maintain and retain existing facilities which are valued for the community, and it should be for Basron to provide a new facility. Madam Mayor, there is no such thing as council money, as members on the other side noted earlier. There is only money which our residents have given us, the taxpayers of the borough. And I do not want to see a penny of their money, indeed the football club supporters' money, be spent to bail Basron out of a hole when they should be providing a new facility. We should not be, as a council, asking our residents to subsidise the vandalism of the Camrose by a private company. So with full support for the Community Football Club, I ask members to vote against this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bound.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the council meeting in March 2017, I answered a question from Simon Hood around many of the issues that are raised by this motion in front of us today. Much is the same today as it was then, but at the same time, everything seems to have changed. Then I wished the football club well in finding a resolution. I asked the owners of the ground to give the club the time they required to find a solution. I hoped we would get the right result, and I promised Mr. Hood and other fans to do my best in supporting them to achieve that, wherever that forever home may be. We now have an owner who has callously chucked the club out of the Camrose. We have an owner who has spent the last 2.5 years leading the club up the garden path with an empty promise of £250,000 investment in facilities, only to deliver exactly nothing. We have an owner of the Camrose who, with his mate, sees himself as the good guy, the great benevolent football fan. And whilst the clock has been ticking, he has still failed to do the right thing. I believe that gives us all a very clear view about his degree of support for football and his integrity in delivering on his promises. But we still have our football club without a home. Councillor Bean has been working hard with Hampshire FA to deliver ground improvements at Winklebury. That means Hants FA will be able to offer our football club the opportunity to play back in our town where they belong. But it is Basron who are, and always have been, responsible for delivering a permanent home. Much has been said about the covenant, and I take my lead from the football club, that the only party who can do anything about the Lord Camrose covenant is the Camrose Estate trustees, against Basron's actions. It is our job as the planning authority to process the plan application and take serious note of the statutory consultee on sport, Sports England. This motion does not take that into account, so I cannot support it. Sport England's view is the only lever that can be used. Basron, Rafi Razak and Malcolm McPhail are currently on the hook to do the right thing. Sports England can ensure they do. Due to the plan application, Sport England are currently, as we speak, assessing what they can accept as a replacement for the Camrose. I ask everyone in this room, and I ask our media partners to ask their readers to write to Sport England to ensure that they do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Nick Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think my preference for skiing over football is now well documented. I do support the football club, I do support football, and I would really, really like to support this motion, but I can't because of what's written in paragraph 2. Everything within our legal powers. Legally, we can cut subsidies to every other sport. We could cut our commitment to the ice rink. We could cut our commitment to the anvil. We could cut waste management. We could cut our commitment to a cleaner environment. All of that is legally within our power. And that's what this motion says. It is so unfortunate, the wording that has been chosen. Because of that wording, I cannot support it. The council needs to do a lot for the football club. It should do a lot for the football club, and the football club deserves it. I'm really sorry. I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't going to speak on this because I thought we'd get people from over there actually to support this. Because where we're coming from, with the people of Basingstoke, not just the ones who turn up at the football ground, they want their team. And what we should be doing is earmarking where the new ground should be to give them something to aim for. What we're saying here is you go to court 10 years, 15 years time, when it all gets sorted out, we'll do that. We should be proactive. Other towns seem to do it, and I've heard you lot, well, to be fair, all of us, saying, oh, we're very good in Basingstoke, got all this money saved, everything else. Surely, sorry, I was going to swear, surely we could actually take on this guy as well as Sports England. Because if we feel this strongly about it, we can't just sit here and say, well, once they've taken them to court, we'll be on your side. No, we should be backing them. And to be fair, you've raised the money from the Cabinet. I don't think anybody's complained about that. But we've got to be positive, not negative, saying, well, you know, if we support them, he won't get the money. Well, I'm no lawyer, we've got a barrister over there, but surely if the right is there, the right is there. They'll win the day. Well, thank you.
Thank you. We've got limited time on this, and I want to make sure I give enough time for Councillors Cooper and Taylor to say what they want to as well. So if you could be really quick in what you say, the next three people, and then I'll just pass over to our proposer and seconder. So, Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm quite disappointed, actually, with the response from opposite, because that's not what the motion says, letting Rafi Razak off the hook. It's carefully constructed not to say that. And it doesn't say we're cutting funding from our other sports things. There's a lot of false inference going on the other side. This is simply a motion in support of the football club. If you vote against it, then you are voting against the football club. Simple as.
Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to support this motion because I think it's very important we do support the football club. It's the only sport I generally follow. I've never been skiing in my life, and I think golf is spoiling a good walk, and I'd rather snooker, less walking around. So I do support the motion. It's to help people with the issue around the council stands 100% behind the club and will do everything within their legal powers. Make it clear, fiduciary responsibility is part of our legal powers. No one's suggesting that we risk council money on a Coventry-style or a Darlington-style football venture that ends up going terribly wrong for both the club and the community. So we can support the club. What we need to do is draw up options. Obviously, the sites are very limited. We've been there before. I remember very well being there before, and we now have protection on those sites that we've set within the council. We also know that 20 years ago, the same journey was started by Rafa Razak looking at Downgrange and the possibility of sharing with the rugby stadium. So we have been trying to support the club for 20 years. We don't have all the answers. Hopefully members at CEP could come up with some more ideas to explore. Ultimately, it's going to be the club to fund it. So there's no risk in this going to CEP to discuss it further. And I think we owe it to the football fans who clearly turned up earlier with great passion and want to see us do all we possibly can to support the club in the long term. I appreciate the short-term issues around Winklebury are potentially resolved fairly easily, but long term it still needs a solution. We need to start exploring it. It's not going to be easy, and we shouldn't make any promises to the club, but I think the least we could do is support the club at this stage and make sure they can see that we're doing all we can to support them. Thank you.
And very quickly, Councillor Fell, please.
Well, Madam Mayor, it's within the power of the proposer and the seconder to amend the motion, and then and if they deleted the words "everything within its legal powers" and replaced it with "and will try to make sure this happens," or equivalent word as try, we will support that. And we've made the case as to why we can't support it, and to be, as it were, for the proposer and seconder not to understand that we are wholeheartedly behind the desire. I'm afraid it risks their obstinacy getting in the way of actually the one thing that would unite us. And I speak as someone who was a football team manager for 6.5 years. And like others, we all got different tastes in sports. I play football every week. So some of you see me skirting around with my knees showing on a Monday night. And so, there's no issue about our commitment to making this happen, but we can't use everything within our legal powers. But we can certainly try and influence and use our best endeavours. So please change it and we'll support it. Otherwise, we can't.
Okay, I'll hand it over to the proposer and seconder now to take it on from here.
So can we change it to do our utmost?
Yeah. Sorry?
So can we change it to do our utmost?
Yes.
Let me just read that paragraph out then, as you suggested it. This council stands 100% behind Basingstoke Town Community Football Club, moving back to Basingstoke next season, and will do our utmost to try to make this happen. Is that right? Okay. Right. Do either of you want to say more? Yes, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank the council for releasing the 106 money, which will benefit the club in the short term, but doesn't resolve the wider problem of sport in this borough. We've had people from Basingstoke Bison here who on more than one occasion have come and put questions here. They're struggling. This town needs a football club. It breeds community spirit for all levels and all abilities. When Basingstoke Town Community Football Club starts, it's going to be improving grassroots football. It's going to be out there in every club, helping out, supporting them. I know personally, I've been a football coach for 12 years. I see what's going on in this town. It's a lack of facilities, poorly maintained pitches, uncut grass, grass replaced with weeds, and this is a general lack of support we're dealing with. And just on one final note, what the debate went on earlier, you need to look at what other councils have done for their football clubs, especially towns like Crawley, Brentford and Bury. Bury Council stood by their football club. I don't know if a lot of you know, but at the start of this season, Bury went bust. and the berry ceased to exist. But what the council did, they stopped the owner from selling the land for developing. What they used, and it could have been used in this town, is it assess the community value, and that's what they put on when they went to planning, they stopped them on that one thing, assist of community value, and that's what we needed to do in this town. We need a football club, and I was going to say at the start, and I'll say it now, it wasn't party political. This is doing the right thing for this town. It needs a football club. It don't need a football club going bust. It needs a football club surviving in this town for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Just finally, I need to give, you don't need to say anything, Councillor Cooper. Okay, let's go to a vote then, but let's be quite sure what we're voting on. It is the amended motion with, it says, this council stands 100% behind Basingstoke Town Community Football Club, moving back to Basingstoke next season, and will do our utmost to try to make this happen. And the rest of it is the same. Okay. Very good. We'll have a recorded vote. Thank you. Okay, I think we've finished because several people have left, so that is carried, that motion as amended. Thank you. We have one more issue over the football club, and that is that Councillor Tilbury made a proposal during question time from the public, which we do need to address. I'll just read out the relevant bit in the Constitution, just so you know. It says somewhere, okay, any councillor may move that a matter raised by a question be referred to the Cabinet, the appropriate committee or a subcommittee. Once seconded, such a motion will be voted on without discussion. So we'll revert now back to Councillor Tilbury's request that it be, the whole history of everything be put to scrutiny. Is that correct? But if you wish to change it, you can and say, let's look at the whole history at CEP as well. That's entirely up to you.
Oh, it's working. Now it's going the other way. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah, we can have the vote, but I don't think we can guarantee that it's going to be quite a comprehensive report is going to be ready for that committee. But it's up to you if you want to go ahead with the scrutiny thing. Okay. Is there a seconder for that proposal? Yes, Councillor Harvey. Now we just vote on that without any further discussion. Do we record it? I think we'll do it electronically if that's all right, because I'm not quite sure what people are thinking. Just so you know what you're voting on, we're voting on the history of what's been going on with the football club to go to scrutiny, to be scrutinised. Okay. Okay, that has been carried. So that is also going to happen. Before you pack up your belongings, we've just got to look at questions. We've got no questions from members, but we have got all the minutes to ask questions on if we want to. So are there any questions to Chair of Cabinet and/or committees from the minutes that are on the order paper? No? Okay. In that case, there's no confidential items, so the meeting has finished at 11:20.
Well done.